These are the Proverbs of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, for gaining wisdom and discipline, for comprehending words of insight, and for receiving instruction in wise living, and in righteousness, justice, and equity, to impart prudence to the simple, and knowledge and discretion to the young. Let the wise listen and gain instruction, and the discerning acquire wise counsel by understanding the proverbs and parables, the sayings and riddles of the wise. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and discipline. Listen, my son, to your father's instruction, and do not forsake the teaching of your mother, for they are a garland of grace on your head and a pendant around your neck. My son, if sinners entice you, do not yield to them. If they say, come along, let us lie in wait for blood, let us ambush the innocent without cause, let us swallow them alive like Sheol, and whole like those descending into the pit. We will find all manner of precious goods. We will fill our houses with plunder, throwing your lot with us. Let us all share one purse. My son, do not walk the road with them, or set foot upon their path, for their feet run to evil, and they are swift to shed blood. How futile it is to spread the net where any bird can see it, but they lie in wait for their own blood. They ambush their own lives. Such is the fate of all who are greedy, whose unjust gain takes the lives of its possessors. Wisdom calls out in the street, she lifts her voice in the square. In the main concourse she cries aloud, at the city gate she makes her speech. How long, oh simple ones, will you love your simple ways? How long will scoffers delight in their scorn, and fools hate knowledge? If you had repented at my rebuke, then surely I would have poured out my spirit on you. I would have made my words known to you, because you refused my call, and no one took my outstretched hand, because you neglected all my counsel and wanted none of my correction in turn. I will mock your calamity, I will sneer when terror strikes you, when your dread comes like a storm, and your destruction like a whirlwind. When distress and anguish overwhelm you, then they will call on me, but I will not answer. They will earnestly seek me, but will not find me, for they hated knowledge and chose not to fear the Lord. They accepted none of my counsel, they despised all my reproof, so they will eat the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices. For the waywardness of the simple will slay them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But whoever listens to me will dwell in safety, secure from the fear of evil.
Muted. I'm muted. Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. You know the clock. You saw the clock. You know what time it is. It's 2 o'clock. We're about ready to start. The trial starts at 3. I wanted to jump on a little bit early because I found a wonderful. I want to help take the burden of Candace off of your backs, if you will. So I found a wonderful content creator, Dominique Hoffman. I will put the link in the chat as well as in the description of this video. She did a wonderful, masterful job of dissecting the problem with Candace. And I thought it was excellent. So such that I said, let me jump on a little earlier so that we have time to unpack this. And I think you'll be glad that you did. Hopefully everything sounds good. Green hearts, if you can hear me correctly. Let me see, Keisha. I'm glad to have you, friend. I'm really glad to have y'all. Thank you so much. Before we get started, I do want to pray, and then we're going to jump in because Dominique's video is a little lengthy, but it is well worth it. Father, I thank you that we have an opportunity today to gather through this means of technology that you've graced us with. I pray, God, that you'll allow this court preliminary trial that we're watching to go off without any hitch, any problems, or any mishaps. I do pray, God, for those that are involved. I pray for the judge and the attorneys, for the Kirk family, most importantly. I do pray for the life and soul of Tyler Robinson, that you will save him. I pray, God, for those who are watching, those who are listening, those who will see, who watch the evidence and come to conclusions that are pretty clear, those who are still holding on to conspiracies. God, I pray that you'll open all of our hearts and minds to see that, Lord God, you are in control, that we have nothing to fear, doubt, or be anxious about, because we know that you are ultimately in control. So we thank you for that, Lord God. And the very last thing, God, I pray that you'll remove Candace Owens from this discussion altogether. Father, you can do whatever you want to do with her, but Lord, I do pray that you remove her from this discussion. In Jesus' name, amen. Let us get Dominique up in here. Shout out to Dominique Hoffman, an excellent content creator. And she just did such a wonderful job of dissecting the problem that many people have been talking about. So I want to give her a chance to tease it out. So shout out to Dominique. Hey, Dominique, come on up here to the front of the church. Let's go. And y'all know what to do. Green hearts in the chat, you can hear.
Imagine your husband's assassin, who killed your husband in cold blood because he was so ideologically possessed in front of the entire world, just debating ideas, is defended by a mad woman who has attacked you for the last 9 months. Your character, your love for your husband, your role in his death and assassination, your bloodthirsty desire for power, your ability to coordinate not only with his pastors and best friends, but with foreign nations to collude and execute this assassination in order to protect Israel. The amount of psychological terror and agony that Erica Kirk has been under for the last 9, almost 10 months as she awaits for her husband's assassin's trial is something no one should ever have to fathom or go through. Candace Owens is a demonic agent for evil. She is a cult leader. She has gaslit an entire cohort of Christian conservative stay-at-home moms.
Let me jump in real quick before I know I just said I was giving you all this and I said, let's get at it. I do want to say this real quick. There is some spicy language in here and Dominique holds back nothing. She calls Candace demonic. I absolutely 100% co-sign that assessment. So I'm just gonna let you know that right now, if you're a Cantifa member and you get all in your feelings because somebody calls Candace demonic, I'm gonna let you know right now, you're gonna be in your feelings. I'm just gonna let you know that ahead of time.
Into believing that Erica Kirk is evil because she didn't mourn her husband's death in the correct way. Yet I would say Erica Kirk did the bravest thing, which was to stand up and face her husband's assassin and say, I forgive you. To speak at his funeral, probably still in the adrenaline shock of what has happened. To choke back tears and still defend his ideas, his legacy, all while, again, a madwoman online tries to destroy his legacy in the name of being his best friend. To be clear, with a, quote, friend or sister like Candace Owens, who the heck needs an enemy? This woman is demonic, and anyone who follows her and believes what she has put forth is either equally troubled and deceived or also part of this demonic agenda. And I question if you call yourself a conservative Christian, especially her large cohort of conservative Christian trad online mommy warriors, you need to take a hard look in the mirror because you are acting in opposition to what the Bible mandates us, not just with widows and orphans, but just Christ-like character. And in the name of truth, you are creating division, destruction, and spreading lies that are ill-founded and have not been substantiated in 10 months, all for the fodder and entertainment of it. With that, let's get into today's episode. My name is Dominique Hoffman. I look at the political climate here in the United States, foreign policy, and the rising radical factions on the left and right that are dividing the American electorate from a faith-based perspective in order to tell you, a normal American Christian, why you should care and vote in order to protect your interest and to not buy into the online hysteria and propaganda of individuals like Candace Owens. Let's get into today's episode. So for the last 9, almost 10 months, Candace Owens has been on a campaign to completely assassinate Charlie Kirk's legacy. In fact, I would say she's done far more damage than Tyler Robinson himself even did. The fact that the internet embraces Candace Owens, that Joe Rogan parrots what she says, that Sean Ryan has her on his show for 4 hours to spread lies about Charlie Kirk, as if they're legitimate, is insane. Candace Owens, who was hyper fixated on if Brigitte Macron has a penis or not, has for the last almost 10 months solely almost hyper fixated on Charlie Kirk. Emergency update in the Charlie Kirk case, episode 357. Charlie, Trump, Erica Kirk. Everything has been about Charlie. This is obsessive. I mean, this goes on and on and on for months. For 10 months. This is a grift, but this is like psychotic levels of being a stalker. This is what a cult follower would do. And despite all of these episodes, we're going back. Let's go all the way back to when it started, to my dear friend Charlie Kirk. 9 months ago, she's showing pictures from her and Charlie back in like 2016. Like 10 years ago, when she worked at TPUSA, and he basically found her, gave her all the talking points she needed to become the black darling of the conservative right, because she's not very brilliant on her own. The title of the video to my friend Charlie Kirk was her framing that she is truly the only friend that Charlie has left fighting for him. And I subtracted episode 357 by 234, because the episode she posted after the tribute to Charlie was episode 235. That's 123 episodes in which she has talked about Charlie Kirk, Turning Point. She had the 7-part series on The Bride of Charlie, where she attacked Erica Kirk, claiming that she was part of a Romanian child sex trafficking ring, that she was a CIA plant and was actually Charlie Kirk's handler, not his beloved wife. I mean, that is the level of derangement. So going back to what I said about my friend Charlie, in that initial video, she set up 3 things that framed how she talked about Charlie Kirk. The video set her up against Erica Kirk as the true defender and basically like love of Charlie's life. It framed the Israel issue, because in this initial video, she said that Charlie was changing his mind on Israel and also was becoming Catholic, of which there's no substantial evidence on either of those claims. And this video plants the seed that the true official narrative is actually not the official narrative at all, which primed her audience to accept absolutely any theory she put forth. Schizophrenic, paranoid theories that I don't think your average person could come up on, even if they were tripping acid. Yet Candace Owens, in all of her brilliance and her demonic possession, has put forth. And in that, she has created a true animus for Erica Kirk within the GOP. She's told people to resend their donations to TPUSA. Erica Kirk has received death threats, even preventing her from showing up at certain TPUSA events, including one in Georgia where she was supposed to speak with Vice President Vance, due to death threats. Again, in the name of preserving Charlie Kirk and his interests, she has destroyed the legacy he built for over 10 years, which I think speaks far beyond a jealousy that Charlie loved Erica, but also a jealousy for the legacy that Charlie created. I think Candace Owens was so disgustingly jealous of those who turned out to support and honor Charlie Kirk, she made it her life's mission to destroy everything Charlie Kirk built. This so-called best friend didn't even attend his funeral. Crazy. And again, the candy cult of middle-class conservative so-called Christian moms still truly believe that she's Charlie's best friend. So the second I watched the My Friend Charlie tribute that Candace Owens did, I said, that's weird. So I recorded on my phone. I believe this was the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. You can see here. Ooh, can you see? 7:30 a.m. on September 19th, 2025. This is Candace's Instagram page, because I said to myself, this doesn't seem right. So let's take a look and see if Candace Owens, with 6.2 million followers at that time, who was following 195 people, let's see if she followed TPUSA, Charlie, or Erica Kirk. So I just went to Instagram. I mean, I could probably do this on my computer and show you guys better. But just so you can see, this isn't AI. This wasn't edited. This was a screen grab I took. Candace doesn't follow any of them. I even posted this to my story. Crazy how Candace Owens wants to speak on behalf of her recently assassinated, quote, brother, who she claims was going through an anti-Jewish Catholic spiritual revival when she doesn't even follow him on Instagram. Evil grifter. and oh, was I unprepared for the grift to come. So I want to look at the ways in which Candace has grifted, lied, and maniacally attacked Erica Kirk. And just for the audience's sake, and I hope that I get some Candy followers listening to me, this is why I'm talking about this as a Christian. Romans 1:28-31. And since they did not see it fit to acknowledge God, God gave them up to a debased mind to do what ought not to be done. They were filled with all manner of unrighteousness, evil, covetousness, and malice. Those are all adjectives I would describe Candace Owens as. Unrighteous, evil, covetous, and malice. They are full of envy, murder. You can't tell me Candace's heart's not full of murder if you're defending the assassin of Charlie Kirk. Strife, deceit, maliciousness. They are gossips, slanderers, haters of God, insolent, haughty, boastful, inventors of evil, disobedient to parents, foolish, fatherless, heartless, ruthless. That is Candace Owens. That is the Bible describing someone that God has given up to their own debased minds. Now, the game that Candace plays is, oh, I never said Erica killed Charlie. I never said anyone at TPUSA was part of his assassination. I never said it was Israel. I never said it was Netanyahu. Yeah, babes, you did. It's like Tucker when then the reporter reads back to him what he said when the reporter asked Tucker, why'd you call Trump the Antichrist? I would never. Insert clip where he called Trump the Antichrist the week before. And I don't know if it's like this demon possesses both of them and they truly don't remember what they say, or that's part of their game. That's part of their, plausible deniability. I never said that. We live in the technological age. And then the irony is that both Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson manufacture truth and suspicion for the official narrative out of nothing. And we're meant to believe that. But then when we instant replay things that they've said in the past, oh, I never said that. So let's look at some of Candace's recent and just truly demonic things that she has said. After saying that Miss Erica Kirk is not a, quote, real widow, Candace crosses the Rubicon and calls her evil. Quote, we recognize there is something deeply wrong and evil about Erica Kirk. Candace says, quote, they want, quote, us to bend to the knee of the sheerest form of evil. She makes these wild claims simply because Erica accepts Tyler Robinson as her husband's killer. Says the most evil person on the internet today. And this is what a cult follower does, right? Or just someone who is clinically insane, deeply narcissistic at the very least. She's using mere propaganda. She's accusing Erica Kirk of what she herself is doing. Erica Kirk is evil. No, she's evil. Erica Kirk has done nothing but show her grace upon grace and turn the cheek over and over and over. Met with Candace Owens in good faith, only for Candace Owens to turn on that. Now, why TPUSA and Erica Kirk have not sued the shit out of Candace Owens? In fact, our own president, President Trump, said that she should sue them. So I don't know why she hasn't. In this sense, I actually do think that Erica Kirk's one flaw is that she's capitulated and bent the knee to Candace Owens. So I don't understand why legal proceedings have not happened. Maybe that will happen after Tyler Robinson's trial, and they're just trying to get through that first in order to honor Charlie and get justice for Charlie. But Candace says they cannot buy us off. Who's they? Well, they are the Zionists, they are the neocons, they are Israel, they are Erica Kirk. The they is so vast and broad as well that a specific motive then becomes completely unclear. The goalpost for Candace is constantly shifting. But to call Erica not a real widow and evil, again, when there is zero evidence, and grown ass men like Joe Rogan will parrot this and say, oh, there's something in her eye, she looks crazy. I would look a little bit crazy too if my husband's neck was blown off in front of the entire world and then some crazy bitch from his past who was jealous of me for years went on to assassinate my character for 9 months with baseless claims and the entire world believed her. I think I would have crazy eyes too. I do. And I actually think that I would go like real crazy on Candace Owens. So God bless Erica Kirk for having the grace to handle this and carry this with dignity. But you have grown men like Theo Vaughn and Tim Dillon and Joe Rogan gossiping about how Erica Kirk just like didn't mourn properly. I'm sorry. What is the proper way to mourn a public assassination of your husband? Is there one? And do Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon and Theo Vaughn, do they know what that's like? Well, Tim Dillon's gay, not married. Theo Vaughn's not married, backwater hillbilly. And I don't think Joe Rogan's wife is at risk of being assassinated from the entire world. And if she was, God forbid, I pray and rebuke that that's not true, nor would it ever happen. Who would have the right to judge how he mourns? The self-righteousness, and then again, the fodder and the gossip of even grown-ass men who have played into Candace's evil game blows my mind. Thanks to Milk Bar TV, we do have many compilations of Candace Owens contradicting herself or lying. Let's take a look at that, because if you're still a Candace fan, I challenge you to reconcile all these inconsistencies.
Turning Point USA would be, as I believe, involved in a cover-up. It doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that. Cam Higbee is on the payroll of Turning Point USA.
So real quick, before she finishes up, I'm going to ask the moderators, please make sure you drop Milk Bar TV in the chat. These clips that she shows of Milk Bar are chef's kiss amazing. And if you are dealing with Candispiracy people, Cantifa, nut jobs, I would suggest that you just give them these links and let them just look at it and let them deal with it. These are damning when you look at them and really sit back and watch. They're hard to reconcile. When I was watching, I was like, wow, just the sheer volume of lies that this woman has told and been caught on her own channel. It's not like you had to go find another place to get the truth. Like on her own channel, sometimes even lying in the same interview, the same video, the same segment is crazy work. So if the mods could just drop Milk Bar TV in the chat, please, y'all grab these clips and just start dropping them on the Cantifa people. Let's let them deal with it. Let's go.
The very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. What about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial?
You repeatedly questioned
Shout out to Dominique.
we weren't being told where Charlie Kirk is buried. Did you get those answers?
You have the wrong commentator who questioned that.
You've never asked where Charlie's buried?
Nope. What about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial?
She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her murdered too for, quote, knowing.
I never said that. The decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk, a decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends. Is this going to be the pathway forward? Are you going to start murdering more people in broad daylight for knowing? I never said that. I was totally in a cloud of grief. Okay, you remember I had to go away to Wyoming just to breathe. Like, what am I doing wrong here that I have to go away and cry for a long time and everyone else just kind of seemed to giddy? That's the only way I can describe it, like giddy. That emotion shouldn't be possible. Shouldn't be possible, actually. I was in this aggrieved stage and I really didn't poke my head up until weeks later, but I could stop crying about it every second. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. First, this is fantastic that Preborn is doing this to remind you guys about Pure Talk. Also remind you guys about American Financing. Also remind you guys about GNO Land. Also telling you guys about Just Thrive. You can head over to our website, CandaceOwens.com. You can sign up, buy yourself a hat. I still haven't spoken to the press about Charlie Kirk, actually. I haven't even given one interview about Charlie Kirk. It felt icky to me. I think that in the coming weeks, there's going to be a lot of financial reports that are coming out. And I, first and foremost, do not believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I want to be very clear on that. There's old footage of Tyler Robinson that is now circulating.
As I get into the intersection, he pulls. There was a vehicle in the lane.
Tyler certainly refers to it as his car, not his vehicle.
Vehicle in the lane.
He wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year.
First and foremost, that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting. Those sentences are real. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents and you're doubling down on your lie. I told you to publish the full letter that Charlie wrote you, not lines of it. Okay? It's a lie by omission.
New York Post got a hold of that letter. They've now published it. Charlie Kirk expressing his love for Israel. No attacks on Israel, just advice on how to fight lies and reach the next generation.
November 25th, I obviously tweeted, Macrones have executed upon and paid for my assassination. I reported to the FBI. Of course, I reported it to the FBI. I did not at all hear back from the FBI. And I will say, I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that. But I did send a text message to somebody very high up.
If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix.
So I accept it with whistles and bells, everything. I fully accept. You can pick the place, you can pick the time, but no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th. They cannot have me at all. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up. There's nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this except for Erica Kirk and my husband. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. If Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet. Stop. I just do not accept any of that. Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen.
You said that people at Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe
Sorry,
that
you didn't.
thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that.
There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen.
You said there were people at Turning Point complicit in
No.
his murder.
Okay.
That's what you said.
I'm certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination. Like I said, I'm going to put together a fundraiser for you. And I do believe you are a missing piece of this. I don't know what comes next, but I just want you to know that you have an ally in me, and I hope you see that I am a fighter. And when I see good people and bad things happen to them, I will fight. We didn't know what it was going to lead to. And I couldn't have been more deferential in saying that this could literally lead to nothing. Hey, this guy said this, whatever. And then all of a sudden you guys every day are obsessing over it. Won't let it go. I had him on the show. That was it. Another donor who was at the Aspen event actually says that they do remember Charlie mentioning Erica. If situation, something happened, that Erica would know what to do. A couple who said that they did remember it. I cannot stress this enough. The donors who were in attendance in Aspen are telling me that Charlie never said this. We don't know where it's going to end, but we are going to keep asking questions until we get clear answers.
Candace, it may be that the person in the media spewing bullshit to the public is you.
Something that I thought was important that Milk Bar TV points out is the amount of money Candace has made. To be clear, Candace has made millions of dollars. I asked, with 123 videos averaging 2 to 3 million views each, some of them more, how much money would this accumulate? So on the high end, we're looking at $3.5 million from ad revenue alone. And that depends how many ad slots there are, how long the video is. And then it also notes that there are sponsors. There's affiliate marketing, paid speaking, premium newsletters, donations, sponsorships, memberships. And when she goes live, you can actually donate. So there are people donating live while she's on, in addition to her merch. And of course, her merchandise, Candace Intelligence Agency, Not Dying for Israel, which apparently Charlie died for betraying Israel. Christ is King. All of this is just a money-making machine for Candace. So here's Candace Owens, again, not taking accountability for when she is wrong.
I will always admit when I'm wrong. Anybody that listens to my podcast knows that.
You claim, without a doubt, that I only served 2 years in the Marine Corps.
At the age of 18, Victor joined the Marine Corps. To be clear, he only served for 2 years.
It was 3 years, and it was on the DD-214. Are you willing to admit when you're wrong?
I think this was just sort of a clerical error that could just have been
It's not
resolved
clerical.
right here. I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said
My
that
show,
people
I've
at
been very
Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe
Sorry, you
that
didn't.
thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that. You said literally.
I did say that
they
on
were,
my entire
You said
show.
there were people at Turning Point complicit in his murder.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen.
You said complicit in the murder. Because I said who at Turning Point was involved in his murder. And
Let
you
me
said,
clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said or you can listen to what I'm saying.
Do you have any proof that the messages were made up? Because that would be easily proven.
Yeah, but they didn't put timestamps on them and Discord came out and said they didn't exist.
This was supposedly text messages, not Discord messages. It's my understanding from the indictment.
I actually did not read that they were text messages.
The indictment calls them text messages.
I pointed out that this foreign military plane arrived. They said, oh, she made a time zone mistake, like as if I'm on flight radar every day, accustomed to reading the data here. How interesting it is that the entire world came down on Kanye West when he tweeted that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on some Jewish people, I think is what he wrote verbatim. When he tweeted out, I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on some Jews. DEFCON 3 on some Jewish people to today when Israel was literally going DEFCON 3 on Palestinians.
He didn't say some, he said on Jewish people.
Okay, sure. And now we fast forward to today. Grandfather grew up in a segregated South. And so when I'm walking through Jerusalem and you see, and they say these are the Muslim quarters, this is where the Muslims are allowed to live, that doesn't feel like a bastion of freedom to me. So I guess.
Oh, I don't think it's where they're allowed to live in Jerusalem. I think it's that there's an Armenian quarter. It's not saying the Armenians can only live here.
My understanding from the rabbi was that this is where the Muslims have to live in Jerusalem.
But do you believe people landed on the moon?
I don't know. I just want to know why we didn't go back.
We did go back. We went back like 10 more times.
Who went back? I'm not talking about space missions. I'm talking about actual people.
Yes, landing on the moon and walking on it.
But I'm just not interested in this topic like at all. The Nazis experimented on innocent people. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I mean, like the idea that they just like cut a human up and then sewed them back together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda.
She said that the Mengele experiments were false.
Do you believe that Joseph Mengele did what he is reported to have done?
To be clear, Piers, I did not even mention Joseph Mengele's name in this skit at all. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is indisputable. There is less than a 0.0000.
I'm gonna say again. Just want to bring this up. She's never dropped the Egyptian plane data. Just want to bring that up.
0.00001% probability, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, this Egyptian plane
Still.
spreadsheet. Again, we will show you all of that.
She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her murdered too for, quote, knowing the truth.
I never said that. Obviously, in the context that he put it in, we're going to need to hear the full sentence because you're trying to context it in a way that is just untrue. I just want to know why, Charlie. I want to know why the decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk, a decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends. Before you're going to start murdering more people in broad daylight for knowing you thought it was 2 years.
Who approves or who needs approval to murder somebody. You're quite literally taking that permission to live from somebody. So if you're going to take someone's life, why are you going to ask for permission from his friends and wife? Like, that makes no sense. And Candace also said Erica knows everything very early on, even when she was denying that she had said that. Lastly, I want to look at a compilation of Candace Owens cosplaying being a Christian, because again, the audience she has claims to be a Christian audience. Remember, the Bible says you will know someone's character and their faith by their fruit. And we're all sinful. But if your fruit is so rotten, like Candace's, I'm sorry, the Holy Spirit has not transformed your life.
He asked me, "Are you a witch?" I laughed at him on the phone. I was in London and I said, "No." Why? What a ridiculous thing to ask me. And when you hear in the future somebody tell you, like, "We're going to Gaza Beach for a vacation," you need to look at them like they are the absolute vermin of our society, because they are. They are. Their children will be cursed, okay? There are, just in general, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life, and they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye, spoke about the fact that we could both astral project, and we learned that not everybody does that naturally.
Jeremiah 22:3, do no wrong and do no violence to a stranger, the fatherless, or the widow.
The widow.
Malachi.
Has anybody ever asked Candace why she hasn't astral projected to Utah to assist the defense attorneys in this case? I'm just wondering, like, how do you astral project? And if anybody can tell me, explain, how do you do that? Do you do it like voluntarily? Like, I can astral project myself into the kitchen and tell my daughters to stop talking so loud? Or do I have to like voice project myself? Like, how does that work? How does it work?
No.
I will come to you. I will come near you.
If the money's there, I will. Everybody stay with me now. I've been overcome by the Holy Spirit. I'm just going to come right out and say it. I'm going to come right out and say, you need to go to CandaceOwens.com and give me money. And while you are there, purchase my book that is up for sale. I am telling you.
She's serious.
And this is not a part of Catholic canon, but you are allowed to read it, and you should read it. I read it on a plane. I don't even know what was going through my mind where I decided I needed to read the book of Enoch. This is your real history. It's an absolute fact that Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way, and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien.
Hear you for judgment. I will be a swift witness against sorcerers and against those who exploit the wage earners and oppress the widow and the fatherless.
You will be cursed. Every person who steps foot on that, every family that is set to inherit what they did, they will be cursed. Your children's children will be cursed. Explain this to you guys that if I do something bad, I immediately, the karma of it, I would experience. Like if I stole your phone today, which is sitting on a counter and I stole it from a restaurant, I'd go back home and my house would be burned to the ground. That's my kind of very swift karma hits me fast. It is make him a sandwich. I'm going to come right out and say it because I have the Holy Spirit just came over me right now on the podcast, you guys. And I'm just going to come right out and say it. And a lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown. And when he was running, streetlights would go out. Like it was like he was a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something. We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, but we already did that. But it didn't actually happen. You're like, I feel like it did. Oof, I just got a bad case of deja vu. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way. I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief. At least I'm clear. I'm speaking about politics and I'm giving you my opinion. I'm not going to dress this up in the word of God, okay? You know what? This is not my platform, okay? I genuinely believe this is God's platform. I'm a conduit. We love being independent, obviously. You can head to CandaceOwens.com and buy yourself some kit, buy yourself a hat. We really like our Make America Christian Again hats. I think they're just really beautiful. The green ones, nice color, and it's sophisticated. It looks like MAGA, but it's actually got a cross on there. That you should just buy that right now. I'll wait. Everybody go buy that right now.
Our Lord
She's
God
not joking.
defines
She means
himself
that.
as a, quote, father to the fatherless and a defender of widows.
Widows, 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 the widow. You shall honor the widow. I caution the rest of the world to stay far away from that cursed land because something is coming. You can't commit that much evil in broad daylight and not think it's going to come back to haunt you.
When she was mocking Dana Lausch, who was quoting scripture about what Candace is doing, saying the widow, she's making fun of Dana saying scripture, but you're also mocking scripture. You're mocking God. And to call Israel a cursed nation, anyone who goes there is cursed, when the Bible literally blesses Israel, and that's not the church, no, the land of Israel. It says in scripture, the land of Israel. But if you want to be so deceived by supersessionist theology, have at it. I'm really confident when I stand before God that I have that part of theology correct, is, I mean, it's just, she doesn't understand theology. She doesn't understand what being a Christian is. The money is where she follows. It turns out that Christian conservatives needed a platform to come to after COVID-19 and after the hysteria of BLM. And she was already the conservative black darling, so she was the perfect candidate for that. When Candace was at TPUSA, she was into the New Age occult. And then she kind of became Protestant when she was dating George Farmer. And then when they got married, she converted a few years later. So her Catholicism is very new. And that's the grift. She's followed the grift. Candace's past is quite seedy and shady, which is, I think, is so ironic about her digging into Erica Kirk's past. Okay, so before we look at a Candace fan, because I want to emphasize the psychology and the demographic that Candace Owens appeals to, let's look at what Candace has started to share in the lead up to Tyler Robinson's trial. Today, the Tyler Robinson show trials begin. Show trials. Why? Because she says that this is fake. This is not true. Evidence like text message confessions will be allowed in the courtroom. Well, yes, and Tyler Robinson's defense tried to get text messages thrown out, and they want Tyler Robinson's lover, the tranny lover that inspired him to kill Charlie Kirk, to testify that those text messages were real. I don't know why we need to testify that text messages are real. Yes, we live in the digital age of AI, but we also have phone records, which are recorded with our phone companies. I don't really understand why supposed text message confessions are deemed at all even potentially illegitimate when we have phone records, despite the fact that Tyler's defense has not been allowed to vet those messages to determine if they are doctored or who actually sent them. Remember, the FBI and the ATF was not forced to turn over key evidence despite multiple discovery requests because the judge has ruled it's not necessary at this stage. Key witness testimony from Lance Twiggs will be played, but Lance Twiggs is not allowed to be cross-examined because the judge has ruled it's not necessary at this stage. Today is about emotion, says Candace Owens. You will hear the Fed's narrative absent any ability for the defense to meaningfully dispute it. What you can expect, aside from Erica's tears, oh my God, this woman is evil, are an orbit of her payrolled influencers trying to convince you that the vetted evidence is overwhelming and undeniable. Again, this is the woman who is being retweeted, including her tweets about Charlie, by Russian state X accounts and TV. Yet she wants to say that Erica has people on her payroll. Sit back and watch the predictable show. The real trial will come later. Charlie's army is growing. Ultimately, truth will win. So she's already priming her audience that this trial is going to deem Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk because crazy, he killed Charlie Kirk. And when she says the real trial will come later, there's no what real trial? What real trial? What have you put forth in the last 9 months provides any substantive proof that there is alternative evidence? Again, zero. This is her way of perpetuating the propaganda, perpetuating the lies. Here she is again. One more fight, Charlie. I don't fear these demons. Oh my gosh, again, a demon calling others demons and using a cross emoji. We will win. You know what? The only solace I really get is that God will have the final judgment with Candace Owens. Like truly, when I get so mad at how evil this is, she can laugh now, but on Judgment Day, she will have a lot to account for. And honestly, the wrath of God and the justice of God is far greater than anything on this side of heaven. And then this is Candace and Charlie, probably from like 2019, maybe 2020. Someone tweeted, you hated Charlie. Yeah, and Dave Rubin has reported this. Someone commented this on her post, that she openly in 2020 was saying that she hated Charlie Kirk. Why? Because she was wildly jealous of him. Okay, so in closing, I want to look at this interview on Caleb Hammer's podcast. Now, Caleb Hammer audits people's finances.
Have y'all seen this?
But what I
This
thought was
is
so interesting is
crazy.
he had a Christian couple on, and they
We might start the case a little late today, but I want to show you something real quick because somebody said that they think that Candace is she's faking her pregnancy. I have a good reason to believe that she might be too. Watch this. Have y'all seen this? Wait, I gotta do it like this. Bada boom. Have y'all seen this page? Help support Candace. She has set up her own proverbial GoFundMe on her page. And look at what on her Candace.com, CandaceOwens.com. After much popular demand, y'all, you can't make this thing up. We put together this page to help support Candace's fight. In case you missed it, we're fighting a few battles right now. And if you want to help support us, you can throw any spare change toward us. This woman is a multimillionaire. multimillionaire. Look at this. Funds given are not tax deductible. The IRS purposes the Georgetown Inc., DBA, Candace Owens will have to pay tax from these funds at the end of the fiscal year. Funds given will primarily be used in Georgetown Inc., DBA, Candace Owens to reimburse the legal and security costs that we have been currently are or will be incurred by Candace Owens LLC, or Georgetown Inc. Georgetown Inc. reserves the right to use the funds for other corporate purposes as well. For example, but not limited to payment processing fees, tax associated with these same support donations. Like, this woman is a multimillionaire, and she has the unmitigated gall to have a GoFundMe up to pay for her legal fees while she's on a 3-week vacation. Mind you, she was just in Russia. She was just in Rome. She was just on vacation. She's been on more vacations since Charlie Kirk died than some people have been in their whole entire lifetimes. I'm not even being funny. She's been on like 6 vacations or times away, whatever you want to call it. She's been on at least 6 in the last 10 months. I don't think any of us, or maybe I got some people in the chat that do, but I don't think any of us do that. If you've been on 6 vacations in the last 10 months, please not only put it in the chat, but please hit your boy up, jwitt@jwitt.com. Y'all, I think she might very well. I think this could all be a grift. It could be. Let's finish up. Shout out to Dominique Hoffman. This is a really interesting. I had seen snippets of this, but I haven't seen all of it. And this is very interesting. So let's go.
They somehow get into conspiracy theories. And the reason I want to watch this, especially with the trial in mind, millions of conservative Christian stay-at-home middle-class moms have drank the Kool-Aid when it comes to Candace Owens, which has downstream ramifications with voting, with how those women raise those children that they preside over in the home, because these are mostly traditional homes. This should scare everybody, because this isn't just a clip from someone's financial YouTube account. Think of this as an audit of public opinion within a really critical demographic of the conservative right.
Destroying this whole thing is your lack of trust in us. This shit is built on like conspiracy theories and like I don't even know what the fuck is happening. What the fuck are we talking about?
We talk about finances. All we get a mortgage right now.
So that's why we're here though, because he needs help managing money. When I pay my bill.
But what is this conspiracy shit?
Okay, which one? Charlie Kirk's not actually dead.
What?
Selena Gomez is actually dead.
What?
And her and Justin Bieber's love child is with.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Well, it's a conspiracy theory.
Why does he cuss like that, man?
Yeah. He doesn't really agree.
I don't know. I saw some videos.
Did you hear what that man said? This has almost killed my marriage right here. And the irony is that this couple is the demographic of the rising woke right, the new right. The new right, which peddles this idea that stay-at-home moms should outsource their vote to their husbands, that their value is stripped to that of being in the home, that they are inherently subservient to their husbands, using pseudo-Christian language to strip women of dignity and then give that dignity to their male counterparts. And you then get dignity by being your husband's wife. That has left an entire generation of millennial wives, of Gen Z wives, like this woman here, to then find meaning outside of themselves online because they have been stripped of all meaning in this political pseudo-Christian framework that they've bought into.
A lot on Twitter that day.
What day? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fake though. So
you saw some people die probably. Did that look like death?
No.
Yeah, it's questionable.
Oh,
it's questionable, dude. I've seen people shot. I've been part of shootings.
Movies. Does that look
in the
like
real
death?
world,
That looks more like death than the
I don't
Charlie
think
Kirk.
movies are like.
But it is.
I'll put it to you this way. You look
Can
at
I talk?
when you look at this situation, right? First off, a man shooting a shot that far away
A man
has to
who's
be
a child.
has to be very, very, very good.
Maybe
I'll
he
tell you
got
that right
also
now.
just very lucky.
But the bullet that was supposedly used would have blown up his
I'll
head.
say this. I was an expert shooter in the military. I scored perfect every single time I've shot a weapon in the military.
The blood
300
didn't
yards,
even stain
25,
his
54, whatever,
clothes.
right?
So where is he? Why would he
And-
do this?
So he's an okay. So there's
There we go.
theories.
Here we
So
go.
there's theories. Okay, so he can either his wife Erica Kirk was in on it, or like in on the conspiracy, and she's in hiding
So
with
we
him.
got some Candace watchers.
Or yes, 100%. We know.
Okay.
We know. Okay,
We know.
but
You
we
think.
don't know. No,
You
we
think?
don't know. No, but we
It's
know.
called a think, not a no.
No, we know. So, So either his wife, because she's got ties to child trafficking. She does.
Based off of
The work she
I don't
did
know now,
with children.
but I
She
know.
was kicked out of, what was the
Okay,
country?
I
She was
don't
kicked
know
out of the country
but I know. It makes sense.
for it. Yeah. So
That country.
You got to know this, dog.
well, it was like Slavia. Not Slavia.
He
I don't
said
know.
dog. He calls
Where
his
is
wife
it? Where is
dog.
it? What was the
Romania?
country? No, there was a country that she did like
Ukraine?
Was it Ukraine? No, it wasn't Ukraine. She did. Don't look at me like that. I'm legit.
I mean, we just name all the fucking.
Well, I'm just waiting to get
I
Wakanda.
I'm trying to remember the country.
Somebody
but she was
type
kicked out of the country.
Wakanda.
She was doing like adoption work for little kids that don't have parents.
Wakanda.
And they were going missing. And so she was kicked out of the country.
We're not going to have Pepsi with baby flavoring in it. I mean, what the hell have we become?
So Erica Kirk, you're saying,
I'm alleging.
you're alleging, is a child ringleader,
She's in on it.
and Charlie didn't
So,
die because of that?
No. So she's okay. So she's was basically his handler. And
Okay.
either there's two different theories. Okay. So either she was his handler, he found out about all her bullshit.
Weren't they just like a classic Christian couple like y'all? Oh,
no.
thinks.
So
Isn't that
okay.
kind of what he was preaching?
Well, in the video where he's being shot, it wasn't actually him. It was a hologram.
You're an idiot. No, you're an idiot. Right? No, you're a bigger idiot. No, you're an even bigger idiot. Right? That's not an argument.
Oh.
She did say a
It was in
hologram.
Romania. The claim is that she was sex trafficking children in Romania. Again,
said a
zero
hologram,
evidence,
y'all.
not substantiated. A Candace Owens lie.
There was a trap door. There was a trap door, and so the
But
hologram
you don't
got-
actually believe this. You're just having fun with this.
No, I believe this.
Husband just said Israel. So you can tell the husband believes half of this, right? That it wasn't actually Tyler Robinson who killed him and that it was Israel. The wife has taken this a million steps further in lunacy, although he's already an idiot for believing that.
Right.
And
He's
is saying
stuck.
that it was
He's
a
stuck.
hologram and he popped through the trapdoor. In what Houdini world do people think that Charlie Kirk just like popped under a hatch that was a metal hatch that no one saw him pop up and hop into, and that it was actually a hologram of him being killed? This woman's illogical regurgitation of everything Candace has said is like a schizophrenic person on acid.
Lady, she was actually right.
All of it goes down. What's going to go down?
It goes down or doesn't go down. So, either
So
way, it's
we're all going to wake
fucking
up to
guessing
the
game.
freaking bullshit that's going on in the world. So like the
What's that?
celebrities and the sex trafficking rings
Are going to do what?
they're gonna get hung in public.
This is total mental illness.
What? No.
Yes.
What?
Military tribunals are coming.
Okay.
Military tribunals. This woman's an idiot. Who runs the military? Well, according to her schizophrenic woke right conspiratorial worldview, the Jews, the neocons, the Zionists, they run the military. So what military tribunal is coming? And if this is all a CIA op, then why would our own military have ad hoc military tribunals? And also, military tribunals are not just done in public like that, like hung in public. What she's describing is like a sort of anarchical retribution for a perceived wrongdoing between celebrities, sex traffickers, and Erica Kirk, of which there's no connection.
In chief of the military. So they
So Trump
pushed
was
him
president.
in
So
as a
Trump
puppet.
was-
So I will say this:
So
when
Trump
when they did his inauguration, right? They played the funeral taps over like an actual presidential introduction type deal.
So
It was
Trump did the
military.
Afghanistan withdrawal. That was a disaster.
Well, Trump was in.
Trump was the president when
But
we
it's
had
all
10%
planned out.
inflation.
Yeah. So it was all planned
Okay,
out.
you
So
have to
to wake
hear that
everybody
now.
It's a
up.
war's bullshit anyway.
Well, it's to wake everybody up to like COVID, for example.
Which is
COVID.
also bullshit.
Yeah, it was bullshit, and it
So
woke
Trump
a lot of people
passed
up
the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill.
behind the scenes to wake everybody up to make it look like it was Biden.
Okay.
Look into
So
it.
what-
It's true.
look into it.
No, it is. Like if you look at
We're trying to
executive
look into it,
orders,
guys.
you do.
Can I
Look-
just ask you a question? Is the
No.
world flat or round?
It's flat,
Oh, okay.
and I can kind of prove that.
Guys, just real quick, don't forget to take.
All right, there's a slice where the audio goes out. I don't know what happened. You can see that the audio has been off. I have no idea what happened right here. I should have downloaded it. Let me pull back Dominique right here.
Let's pray for Erica Kirk. And the fact that Candace could in some way potentially help Tyler Robinson's defense is wild to me. And also finding an unbiased jury is going to be nearly impossible. So we just need to pray over this. And again, there are way larger powers that be that are pushing this propaganda. Again, I point to the fact that Russian state media is retweeting Candace Owens. That should tell you a lot. And why would Russia care? Why would China care? Why would Qatar? Why would Pakistan? Why would Iran care? Because Charlie Kirk was literally the young voice of a generation trying to rear men to be strong, capable men, to push for a strong America abroad, to create broad coalition building within the conservative movement. What's happened after? A divisiveness, a division. His legacy, I mean, God will protect Charlie's legacy. But fundamentally, after his assassination, we should have been the strongest we've ever been on the GOP. We are the most divided we have ever been. And that is because Charlie was a unifier and he stood in the way of this radicalism. And in his absence, we've had the Nick Fuenteses, we've had the Tucker Carlsons, we've had the rise of isolationism, we've had the Omid Malik influenced new right. And not just with the absence of Charlie Kirk, but also the absence of someone like Jordan Peterson. The voices that guided this young generation of men to be strong men, to denounce radicalism, to choose hard, to choose discipline, to die to self, to die to the flesh, are no longer speaking into the culture. And again, in their place, we have the Nick Fuenteses, we have the whatever podcast guys, we have the Sneakos. That's dangerous. And that's why this trial is so important. Like, comment, and subscribe down below. I try and respond to all the comments. With that, I will see you in the next episode.
We need Dominique over here. I think we need a Dominique episode. Dominique needs to come over here. We need to have her on the best live chat on the internet. That would be fun. I like her. So anyway, they have turned the cameras on, by the way. They have turned the cameras on, but of course, nothing is happening yet. I'm just going to bring it on so we can see very quickly. Bada boom, bada bing. They got the camera on. We got the Utah Seals in the building. Utah Seals, shout out to y'all. No, astral projection is not good. And Candace claims that, Charlie was involved in that, which is crazy work. Crazy work. Who is this, Jay Witt? What do you mean? Dominique Hoffman. I think this is her link right here. Bada boom. Bada bing. There we go. Just dropped it in the chat for you, Amethyst. Right. Where the bees at, man? Who let the bees out? Yo, they got the camera already going. Are they ready? Oh, no, the camera is moving now. It's moving. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be more DNA discussion, good people, today. Let me mute that. I'm pretty confident it's going to be more DNA discussion. I know that yesterday DNA discussion was not, shall we say, the most exciting, but that's what I know. There's going to be a good segment of that in the actual trial. So we just got to get ready for it. Twigs videos today? What do you mean? Really? Well, today's Wednesday, and they said they're going to be done on Friday, so they got to get a lot done today. If they're going to get done by Friday. All right, DNA lady left. She go, oh, that's right. So they took her out of order. That's interesting. Okay, that might be why it went like that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense why it was yesterday. Did you see how they tried to turn the DNA into conspiracy about Twigs? I saw how they were discussing it yesterday in court. I'm not like Cantifa people. I don't have time. I don't have patience for Cantifa anymore. Yeah, this is much longer than I thought. If this is how grand juries work, primarily, this is a very interesting process. But I think it's good to see how it works so we can gain a better understanding of how the whole process is executed. I think our friend Andrea is up. Andrea is up. Let's see what she's doing real quick while we're waiting. What's she talking about?
I'm suspecting the bottom line is that we probably will get some kind of written finding, written order, and it may be as simple as just the findings are based on, here's, what, it's just kind of a recounting of what was presented. Like, what do I have to look at to make this decision on? The state presented evidence from this person that said this and that said this. And, collectively, the court finds that, leads to a reasonable inference that Tyler Robinson committed the crimes that he's charged with, or did not commit the crimes that he's charged with. Although, again, I think we're not really at risk of a probable cause finding not being made. So I am leaning towards, there's like no real definitive answer that I've been able to find. Like there's nothing that says, yes, they have to, no, they don't have to. Seems a little squishy. But so because it is, even if it is like discretionary up to the judge, whether he's going to do something extensive in writing or something not so much.
Right. I was only saying
I have a hard time
if
seeing Judge Graff.
I know that they're doing here in Utah, they use preliminary hearings in lieu of grand juries. And I said, if they did a grand jury, I wonder how long it would be. But I know that this is for lack of a better term, this is how the process goes in Utah.
In the record can be justification to affirm a judge's decision on appeal, meaning that Court of Appeals can just kind of look for their own justification as long as they have a good record of what happened. It can be like, well, I don't agree with the judge's reasoning, but I reached the same outcome for a different reason based on what's here in the record. They're allowed to do that. And so that can be a little bit of a reason for judges sometimes to be a little more circumspect about what their actual thought process is, because it would just encourage the Court of Appeals to go look for any possible one. But that's just not the vibe we've gotten from Judge Graff.
She says not the vibe.
He just seems extremely concerned and taking a lot of care to protect everybody's rights, but particularly Tyler Robinson's. I would expect, look at all of the efforts to do an interlocutory appeal so far on some of these preliminary rulings that aren't really quite as material as can the prosecution go forward at all. So I expect they're going to try to get interlocutory review of the probable cause decision. I suspect the judge suspects they're going to try to get interlocutory review of the probable cause decision, and so I think he's going to make the findings. Go ahead, and here's what happened. Here's the detailed reasoning of my thought process. Here's what I think about it.
Shout out to Andrea. Shout out to Andrea.
He wants to give them every opportunity to use the process that's available to them.
All right. Well, while Andrea is just explaining that out real quick, I want to say thank you so much to everybody who's hopped in. Thank you so much to those people already supporting the channel. Shout out to them. Dominique says this, we need 9 more teal. Shout out. We're getting the teals going. We get those teals going. Toward the goal. Thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much for both of those. Dominique Alexander's racist grandstander. Appreciate you, brother. And what do you say here with the 5? Thank you for all you do, JW. Jay Witt. God bless you and your family. Well, thank you so much, friend. I did drag this one as well. This was a comment that I was addressing earlier. I don't know. I know I might be, me and Levitha might be kind of on the odd people out. I kind of believe that this is true. What she said, I doubt that she's even pregnant and is going to fake a miscarriage for sympathy and blame it on the lawsuits and everyone's been attacking. Sounds crazy, but it totally would do that. She's sick. You know what? You're not alone. I agree with you. I can totally see this. Judge Graff is in the building. Let's go.
Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Chad Grumander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, Hayden Sturgill.
Greenheart's in the chat that you can hear, my good people.
And Chris Ballard are also present.
Good afternoon.
Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, and Stacy Visser for Mr. Robinson, who's present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Mr. Robinson, good afternoon. And also for the record, the court recognizes the presence of the victim representative, Ms. Erica Kirk. Good afternoon. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during the proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections.
Oh, this is my maroon on
electronic devices and care to avoid inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. And as you note, the microphones on your tables are turned off, so please come to the lectrum when you're addressing the court. Second, the court will address the camera and still photographer, camera operator and still photographer And if you both could come forward, please. To the
He makes them swear in every day. That is so wild. You got to give him, you know what? You got to love that. He makes them come up there and solemnly swear every day. I ain't mad at him.
Could you both state your
Oh,
names?
that's somebody different.
John Wilson, KSL Television.
Tess Crowley, Deseret News.
Good afternoon. Could you state your roles for today's hearing?
Video recording and streaming of the proceedings.
I'm the pool still photographer.
All right. And have you both reviewed the court standing decorum order?
Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as they apply to your activities today?
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulties complying with the order?
No.
Thank you both for your cooperation. As we begin this afternoon, the court wishes to acknowledge the importance of safety, dignity, and well-being of all those who are present or who may be present during these proceedings, including the parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the
thank you.
public. The court is also mindful of its solemn obligation to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. Cell phones are not permitted in the courtroom unless expressly authorized. Any unauthorized possession or use of a cell phone in the courtroom may be addressed by the court. For those individuals who are authorized to have a cell phone, please place your device on silent at this time so that these proceedings may continue without interruption. The court also expects that every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled to. Consistent with the court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly at all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or other visible reactions during their hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or in opposition to any person connected with this case or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved. Finally, I wish to note that this preliminary hearing is scheduled to conclude this Friday at 5 p.m. I raise this as simply a reminder for the parties, particularly given that we have now reached the midpoint of this week. I recognize and respect the constitutional rights of all parties. When this preliminary hearing was set, the court allocated a substantial amount of time for both sides to address the matters they consider necessary and appropriate for purposes of this proceeding. The standard at a preliminary hearing is probable cause, and with that in mind, I ask counsel to remain mindful of the time that remains and manage your time appropriately so each of you is able to fulfill your duties to your respective clients within the time frame that has been provided. And with that, I wish to inquire a brief overview on what is anticipated from each party in order the court has a roadmap on how we are proceeding for the remainder of this preliminary hearing. First, turning to the state, and if you wouldn't mind coming forward, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We anticipate presenting evidence through Agent Brian Davis this afternoon. Sergeant Jennifer Falmina is also present in the courthouse and prepared to testify if we get to her today as well. Following her testimony, which we believe will carry into tomorrow, if we do get to her today, that will close the presentation of the evidence on the part of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. For defense.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Michael Berg for Mr. Robinson. Judge, we have two remaining witnesses.
That's not bad.
Miss Oliver from the ATF and Miss Carner also from the ATF.
All right, and to both parties, thank you, I appreciate that. Do both parties anticipate any issues concluding their case? Obviously, there's variables, cross-examination, and kind of the fog of war that happens in court proceedings, but any party anticipate issues concluding at or before Friday at 5 p.m.?
Not from the state, Judge. Just want to highlight one issue for the court because it may be.
Oh, man, here comes.
That the court wants to do some time management. The state is going to proffer a video 1102, a video recorded 1102. We have provided the state, I want to say about a day and a half ago, with proposed redactions because we believe that portions of it are not admissible, even in a preliminary hearing. And the way we did that is we provided a transcript and then a redacted version of the transcript of the entire video recorded interview. It may be that the court wants to look at the proposed redactions, not while court is in session, but during some other period of time, because the transcript of the video, which we prepared and we provided to the state so the state could raise any concerns about the accuracy of the transcript. That's not an issue. The admissibility of portions of the video or the issue is about 20 pages, maybe 22 pages. So to use court time for the court to look at the proposed redactions may be an inefficient use of the time. I'm not saying when the court should do it. I'm just saying we may not want to do it between 9 and noon and 1 and 5 tomorrow or Friday. But it's going to come up today. And so the question will be, when does the court want to engage in the process of reviewing a 22-page transcript that has proposed redactions? That's all.
I appreciate the heads up. Mr. Gernander, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, the state has received the proposed redactions, and we are prepared to address them when that time comes. However, we do intend on presenting testimony through Mr. Davis, through Agent Davis, and when we get to that point, when it's ripe for discussion, we can address the matter with the court. That would be our preference.
All right, well, I'll address it as it comes. And to the defense, with the remaining time, do you feel confident that it is sufficient to accomplish your duty?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does either party require the benefit of the record before we begin? To the state.
Ryan McBride for the state, Your Honor. Just to address an issue that's come up and we expect to come up as we enter the second half of this preliminary hearing regarding the admission of exhibits. Under Rule 104A, the court must decide preliminary questions about whether the witness is qualified or a privilege exists or evidence is admissible. In so deciding, the court is not bound by the rules of evidence except those on privilege. And I'm bringing this up again because it's likely to come up and it is going to affect the procedures we use as we go forward. The court holds two roles really at this stage. One is a gatekeeper role on admissibility, and the second is the fact finder role as the magistrate. And I know you've referred to those two roles earlier in this proceeding. And the court, Rule 104A means the court can consider evidence even though its admissibility has not yet been determined in its gatekeeper role. And then, after it has been admitted, it can determine the admissible qualities of that evidence or that exhibit. And that is especially relevant at a preliminary hearing where foundational evidence is reliable hearsay under 1102B3. Even at trial, State v. Griffin, which is a 2016 UT 33 Utah Supreme Court case, the court has held that rules of evidence do not apply to evidence used to establish foundation for admission of other evidence. It's a quote from paragraph 33. So the point is, foundational rulings on admissibility can consider evidence that is not in and of itself admissible. That's proper. The second point is the courts of appeals recognize a presumption that the court considers, when acting in its fact-finding role, only the admissible evidence and disregards any inadmissible evidence. Most commonly, that comes up in a bench trial type case where prior bad acts evidence is admitted and it can have dual inferences. State v. Adams was one of those cases. That's 2011 UT App 163. And what it means is we know that a fact finder is not tainted by the judge's role as a gatekeeper, even though the judge as a gatekeeper considers potentially inadmissible evidence. It also means that the court doesn't have to distinguish which hat it's wearing as we go through the proceeding. In this circumstance, this hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury. The state has laid and intends to lay and continue to lay foundation in open court. Such foundation sometimes will include discussion of the actual exhibits rather than just proffers, as well as foundation for the exhibits. Now, I don't think that there's any issue between us and the defense in understanding that kind of statement of the law. I think the issue that has come up is under Rule 104B, determinations of admissibility take place outside the presence of the jury. The defense appears to be assuming the jury to be basically the potential jury pool and trying to avoid the potential taint to a jury pool that discussion of evidence, which may or may not be admissible, may cause. I think that's a fair point. I just want to put the court on notice of our view and how we have and intend to proceed as we move forward. Under 104B, that determination takes place outside of the presence of the jury. Under the rules, there's a presumption that these hearings and this hearing is open to the public, including admissibility hearings. Because of that, we intend to move forward and move the admission of evidence and argue the admission of evidence as in open court. Should the court close the hearing, of course, that would change. But that's because that's the presumption in the law and that conforms with 104B. That's our intention unless the court or counsel moves to close the hearing. So in summary, the court can and often should consider evidence and review the exhibits before admission. 2, the court is not tainted by doing so and can distinguish between admissible evidence and improper evidence. And there's no need for the court to identify which hat it's wearing. And 3, absent closure, we'll move forward with our evidence in open court.
Well, I'll hear from defense if you want to be heard on that issue. I see you in, okay.
Briefly, Your Honor, I'm sorry I have 2 microphones. I'm just trying to be technologically savvy. I think the 104 issue, I agree completely with Mr. McBride on what he's saying. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling in Archuleta concerning the availability to the public of exhibits from a preliminary hearing, which of course is a fact-specific inquiry by this court, we will continue to raise concerns about our client's right to a fair trial when we think it's appropriate, and the court will make the rulings it makes.
What did you have to tell me that for?
Right, to both parties, the standing request remains when you are moving a piece of evidence into to the record, I ask 3 steps. Admissibility, to admit it, to be published in the courtroom, and then to be published on that screen. And I'm going to have the screen adjusted slightly because if it's published, I want it to be meaningfully able to be viewed. And I noticed somebody sent me a screenshot that angle creates an interesting angle that kind of distorts it. So in the interest of, if we're going to be transparent, it should be viewable transparent. So we'll adjust that screen briefly, but please address those 3 issues. And I understand one side or the other might say, well, we agree or we don't agree, period. But please, I'm trying to make sure that the record before us is a clean and clear record. So if you would do that, the court would appreciate that. All right, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court acknowledges that the exclusionary rule is in effect. At this time, any witness who is subject to exclusion should be excused from the courtroom. I will leave it to the parties to monitor the courtroom to ensure that compliance is adhered to. With that, turning to the state, you may call your next witness.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Yes, I mean, I want the
Who's this
press to be
lady?
able to see it too, but when there's a bit of a distortion when it's at that particular angle. So while the parties are moving forward, go ahead and adjust it, and let's put a sample image of something that has nothing to do with this case on the screen.
Judge, that's another issue. I don't know that it is projecting yet. And I don't know if we need to take a break to make sure that's working.
We
Is
need
it
to take
not
a break.
projecting on the monitors? Okay. Technology is challenging us again. Well, what's
courtroom
our thought,
gremlins.
staff, on projecting? Is this something that's not going to be cured by turning off and turning on, I'm assuming?
I'm sorry, I like Judge Graff. You can tell he's
All
irritated.
right,
though.
if you, all of you, council table, again, I'm trying to do this to get this out of the way so we can move forward cleanly. If you wouldn't mind turning off your monitor and then turning it back on.
I'm all for it. Thank you. SC
and-
dog. Go dog.
And if I could borrow somebody to do that to the witness monitor as well, so we all get them in sync. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And for the lectrum as well, let's just see if we can get that up, because that could cause a delay. I just want to knock this out first. Yes.
You can tell he's frustrated by this. But he doesn't look really old. He doesn't look like an old guy.
Where would that
at
TV
all.
go?
But you can tell he's like, look, I'm over this technology thing. Thank you so much,
That
SC
doesn't
Dogs. Who's
address
down?
any
Who's
security
down with the
issues.
$5
Let's do
challenge?
that.
I love it.
just
Thank you
wanna
so
make it
much.
easy. That way that TV can be
I appreciate you.
more flat and it's not a distorted view. And then
And thank you, Mad Mom.
Again.
Mad Mom, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you for the stream, Jason, and all your hard work to get out the truth. I got you. I got what you're saying. Thank you so much, friend. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I mentioned this yesterday. Like, a lot of this is just the hiccups of the fact that they're streaming it, which, by the way, I much rather them stream it than not, because can you imagine if they weren't streaming this and people were just coming out of the courtroom telling you what happened in the courtroom? Man, it would be crazy work. I promise you, some of the stuff that would be coming out would be so terrible, man. Yeah, Erica ran up and punched Tyler in the head, and the judge is sitting there hanging out with TPUSA T-shirt on. The lies would be insane. So I'm glad that they're streaming it. I just hate that there's so many hiccups because they're not used to it. They probably need an overhaul. Just like here in Atlanta, the Fulton County Courthouse needed a complete overhaul because they just weren't used to streaming it and being judicious like this, making sure monitors were off and audio was working at key moments and stuff like that. So they might just need to start a whole new audio-visual plan, because I'm sure we'll never go back to just simple court cases. This is always going to be how it is moving forward. So the lies would be insane. Oh my gosh, I could only imagine if they weren't here. If we weren't able to see this, it would be just bonkers. I mean, the things that came out of the Carmelo Anthony case are going to be studied by science, man. They're going to be studied by science. They're right here. Yeah, the stuff that came from the Carmelo Anthony case was crazy work. All right, let's see what they're saying. They look like they turned that monitor off. Oh, somebody taking a swear. Let's go.
Given the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Agent, if you wouldn't mind having a
he's an
seat to your
agent.
left is a water bottle. And after you're seated, you'll have to adjust that microphone, pull it down, and then pull it toward you to ensure that
Millions
it
of
is
dollars. Millions.
picking up your voice and we'll have a good record.
Oh, he looked like a cop.
Ms. Hunt, your witness.
He
Could you
looks
please
like a cop.
state your name and spell your last for the record.
Yeah, it's Brian Davis, Davis.
What is your occupation?
I'm an agent with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation.
You knew it. You knew it.
How long have you been with, is it fair to call that SBI?
Correct, yes.
How long have you been with the SBI?
A total 18 years.
I want to briefly go over your experience as a law enforcement officer generally. Actually, are you a law enforcement officer in that capacity?
Yes, correct.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Total of 27 years.
You mentioned you were with SBI for 18, is that right?
Correct. Yep.
What other agencies were you with prior to SBI?
So Department of Public Safety, I've been a state trooper for 8 years, 18 years with SBI, and 1 year with Utah Transit Authority Police.
Oh, giving out tickets.
We've heard talk from other officers about POST. What is POST?
That's Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Did you complete that?
I did.
What year did you complete that?
1999.
Is that a type of certification that you hold?
Yeah, it's a statewide certification that any peace officer in the state of Utah, local, state, county, all go through to become a certified peace or police officer.
Has that certification lapsed or been any gaps in that time since you received it in 1999?
No, it's been constant since then.
I want to talk about a bit about your training experience within law enforcement. What roles have you had at SBI?
I began as a call enforcement team. We did covert and overt operations. I was assigned to an ATF, the PSN task force, focusing on violent felons with guns and drugs. I was on a FBI task force, Safe Streets. It was a gang violent crime task force. I was on the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Apprehension Team task force. I've been on several different OICI protocol teams, officer involved critical incident teams around the state of Utah and within SBI. I've been on dozens of those scenes. And within major crimes of SBI, I've been, we've worked a variety of cases. I've worked anything from violent crime, homicides, sex crimes, drug crimes, firearm crimes, white-collar crime, fraud. I was also on a task force with a FBI Public Corruptions Task Force as well.
Was that all on-the-job training, or did you receive specific training or conferences, things like that?
Yeah, throughout the years, various trainings, conferences in all those capacities over the years.
You mentioned you've been a part of homicide investigations.
Yes.
Can you estimate how many?
My best guess would be 60 plus, where I've had some involvement. I also currently work on a cold case unit within SBI, so we consult with agencies around the state of Utah, and I've probably consulted on over 50 of those as well in various capacities and roles.
Have you received training specific to homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
What types of things have you been trained on in that regard?
Just several different times, week-long course training conferences on homicide, from case studies to how to manage a case. Also, I've been on several trainings with like crime scene investigation. I'm a FARO certified. It's a 3D FARO scan of crime scenes.
What's a FARO scan?
It's a 3D laser imaging that's used pretty commonly on crime scenes. It just accurately documents crime scenes. And I've been on, I've been certified as a forensic interview in the forensic interview technique with more child victims. So just various trainings like that.
You mentioned currently you're a part of the cold case team within SBI?
Correct.
Have you been assigned as part of the investigation into the homicide of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And what is your role? Do you have a specific role in that investigation?
Yes, I was assigned to be a case agent along with Agent Dave Hull.
What does it mean to be a case agent?
Essentially, you manage the case, responsible for it. Ultimately, you direct the cases as you go along. You make assignments as needed. Ultimately, everything comes back to you, like in the form of reports, evidence, and such. And then ultimately, you screen that case, if applicable, to the appropriate county attorney or DA.
You mentioned that you are a co-case agent or were with Agent Hull. Is it typical to have two case agents on a case?
It can be especially on a large case, yes.
Has this particular case been large?
Yes, it has.
Has it?
Have other police agencies been involved in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
Who has been designated as the primary investigative agency?
The State Bureau of Investigation is the primary investigating agency.
I know there are probably several or dozens, but what other agencies have you been working with?
FBI, ATF as well, several local state agencies, UVU Police, Orem Police, Utah County Sheriff, Washington County Sheriff, St. George PD, most of all the agencies within Utah County and even others outside of the county. So we've worked with a lot of agencies with this case. It was a pretty large scale investigation.
You mentioned ATF. What does that stand for?
Alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
All right. I know a lot about what we've. So, as a case agent, have you been in court during this preliminary hearing?
Yes.
You've heard prior testimony?
Yes.
We've talked a lot about the events of September 10th of 2025. I want to direct your attention to September 11th, 2025. Do you remember that day?
I do.
What happened on that day in relation to your investigation?
I spent the day at the command post with various assignments. That evening, it was about 8:30 p.m., I believe, of the 11th. I received a phone call from Sergeant Elsholz requesting that I travel to St. George.
Who is Sergeant Elsholz? What agency is Sergeant Elsholz with?
With SBI.
And he requested that you travel to St. George?
Correct.
What was the reason stated for that?
We received information that an individual was turning himself in or was going to turn himself in to police in regard to his involvement with the incident, the shooting on UVU campus.
And I'm sorry, what time did you get that information, that call?
About 8:30 p.m.
Did you travel down to St. George?
I did.
On what day?
Of September 11th.
Did anyone else go with you?
Yes, so we traveled to the Salt Lake City Airport to a hangar there, and we were flown down on a fixed-wing aircraft. It was Sergeant Elsholz, was Agent Folger with FBI, Agent Anderson with FBI, Ryan McBride and myself, and the two pilots.
And who is Ryan McBride?
With the Utah County Attorney's Office.
What time did you arrive in St. George?
We landed probably about 11:30 p.m. at the St. George Airport.
And again, this would be the evening of September 11th, 2025?
That's correct.
Where did...
Hold on one second. When he said plane, how many of you all laughed when he said plane? He said they took a fixed wing plane to St. George. How many of you actually laughed, or was it just me? Please don't let me be the only one that laughed about that. I'm like, oh God, now they got a plane involved in this thing. Oh man. Oh, goodness gracious. Am I the only one? Please tell me I'm not the only one that laughed about that. Please tell me I'm not the only one, please.
Where did you go once you landed in St. George?
There we were transported via ground to the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
Was it a black SUV?
Did you coordinate at that time
go to
with any
Delaware.
other law enforcement agencies down in southern Utah?
Oh, we did.
You did?
We did, yeah.
What other agencies?
Well, with FBI, as we were traveling, and then along with mainly the Washington County Sheriff's Department, we also have agents within SBI assigned to the southern Utah area. So working with them as well, just making plans and coordinating resources and manpower and personnel.
And you stated you went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
What time did you arrive there?
Probably somewhere close to midnight, maybe just a little bit before midnight of the 11th.
What happened next?
So we met several other investigators, agents, and detectives there, along with some other prosecutors. There were some federal prosecutors as well that were present. And from there, we began kind of making plans, determining how to handle the situation there.
You mentioned the reason you went down there was you had been told that an individual wanted to turn themselves in.
That's correct.
Did you observe that individual?
I did.
And where was that person at the time?
So when he arrived, we went into the room that we were in. It was one of their office, the cubicles there. On the wall, there was a television monitor where I have viewed an individual on that screen that was sitting in one of the soft interview rooms. That room was equipped with audio video recording device, and so I observed him on that screen at that time.
Were you aware, or did you become aware what time that individual arrived at Washington County Sheriff's Office?
I was told he arrived there about 9 p.m. that evening.
And was he with anybody else?
He had been, he'd come there with his parents and a family friend.
Did you speak with this individual that we've been talking about?
Yes, I did.
Did you get his name?
Yes, we obtained his name and date of birth.
What was his name?
Tyler Robinson.
Did he tell you that himself?
He did.
You mentioned other individuals came there with him.
Okay, I noticed something here. First of all, the lady that you all love so much, Nestor, she's not here. The guy from yesterday is sitting first chair. And Tyler, I really wish they could just have Tyler Robinson on the screen the whole time so we could watch him. But he looks relaxed as the guy said his name. So let's see how the rest of this goes.
And then you also said that you had kind of coordinated with the team of law enforcement officers that were there. Were those other individuals spoken with by law enforcement?
They were.
Let's go through them. How did that happen? Who was spoken to first of the other individuals?
So Tyler's mother was interviewed by SBI agent Holgreen and FBI agent Cox. And then kind of simultaneously, his father was being interviewed by SBI agent Terry and FBI agent Smith. And also at that time, the family friend Mike Mitchell was interviewed by other agents as well.
And you said that these interviews were being conducted simultaneously?
Yes.
Were you part of the interview with either of Tyler's parents?
Yes. Yes, myself and Agent Folger. Did I misspeak earlier? Myself and Agent Folger interviewed the mother.
All right, let's make sure the record's clear on that. So Agent Folger, what agency is he with?
With FBI.
And yourself interviewed Tyler's mother?
Yes, that's correct.
I just want to make sure the record's clear. Who interviewed Tyler's father?
Yeah, I think I might have misspoke. It was Agent Holgreen, Agent Cox that met with his father.
And then who spoke with family friend Mike Mitchell?
Agent Terry, Agent Smith.
Down in St. George, Washington County Sheriff's Office, was Mr. Robinson detained at that time?
Yes, he was.
Was he formally arrested at that time?
Yeah, after all the interviews were completed, when we talked to everybody, he was formally arrested at that time.
And I'm going to come back to that in a second. Excuse me, where did the arrest take place?
At the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
And what date did that happen on?
Would have been September 12th. It was about 4 a.m., I believe, of September 12th.
All right, I want to show just on your screen, not for public yet, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 15. Let me know when you're able to see that.
Okay, it's there.
Before I ask you about that, did you have an opportunity to, you stated that you observed Mr. Robinson at Washington County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, could I have a moment with Ms. Hunt? May I have a moment with Ms. Hunt?
You may.
You're just going to do the redacted version.
Thank you.
And that may happen a couple more times as we go through exhibits because of agreements and disagreements that we have.
Thank you for the heads up.
At Washington County Sheriff's Office, where you initially observed Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was in a room. Is that room equipped with video recording?
Yes, it is.
Is that standard practice for a facility like that to have video recording in such a room?
Yes, very, very common.
Have you reviewed that video?
I have.
And in your review of that video, does it fairly and accurately depict Mr. Robinson at that time?
It does.
You see on your screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's the interview in which Mr. Robinson was seated and waiting.
State moves to admit Exhibit 15.
Ms. Hunt, and the other two steps, what's your request?
We would ask to admit it into evidence. We have, defense counsel and I have agreed upon, I guess, redaction of the video, and I would ask to publish it both to the courtroom and to the media.
Mr. Novak?
It's silent, correct? Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Hunt is correct. The state had originally proposed a longer image with audio, and we've agreed to a shorter image without audio. And so we're fine with all three steps as to this exhibit.
All right. Does the state wish to review this to make sure that what's queued up comports with what you believe? If not, we can move forward. I just want to allow all parties the opportunity to double check.
Let me just confer with my paralegal.
So paralegal is wearing maroon. Okay.
Oh, that's probably right.
I can hear you talking.
It's has no audio, so we would like to admit and publish it at this time.
All right,
Okay, I see it.
Exhibit 15 is admitted pursuant to discussion and may be published in the courtroom and may be recorded or transmitted electronically.
And Your Honor, of course, this is subject to all of the objections which have been previously reserved in writing and reiterated over the last couple of days. I assume that we don't need to start over with that today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I note the standing objection by defense as previously made, and that objection is overruled, and this exhibit is admitted.
And in this case, it wouldn't be the 1102 issues, it would be the electronic media coverage of the proceeding.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. All right, with that, to the media, can you view that screen okay? All right. All right, State's Exhibit 15 may be played.
But there's going to be no audio here, so.
And Agent
He's got a
Davis,
maroon shirt on
we're
again.
Seeing here,
That's Tyler Robinson.
and although we are watching it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's working a dark colored baseball cap with that's like I believe it's like maybe the Hurley symbol on it, like a white symbol on front. It's a burgundy short sleeve shirt with no graphics. It's blue jeans and gray and white tennis shoes. I believe they're Converse style tennis shoes.
Thank you. Was
it's very
Mr.
similar.
Robinson, you stated that he was arrested in the early hours of September 12th, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he remain in Washington County Sheriff's Office, or was he taken somewhere else?
No, he was transported from there to the Utah County Jail.
Prior to being transported to the Utah County Jail, was any, I guess, personal property taken from him, clothing, anything like that?
The only thing that was, so prior to like our arriving to the St. George, to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, his cell phone was seized and taken from his person. But that was the only thing that was taken from him at that time.
After he was transported to Utah County Jail, were any personal items taken from him?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
After a search warrant was granted, his clothing was recovered, along with buccal swabs to collect his DNA and major case prints, which is fingerprints, palm prints, pretty much the entire hand. Those are all collected from him.
And sorry, you may have already stated when did he arrive in Utah County?
We arrived at the Utah County Jail about 7 a.m. on the 12th, September 12th, and he was formally booked in at about 8 a.m. of that morning, and then I was the booking officer.
What does it mean to be the booking officer?
I filled out the necessary paperwork essentially with the jail, which gives the individuals personal identification of the charges, the probable cause statement, and then it's signed and submitted to the system.
All right, I want to talk a bit about search warrants, some of the search warrants that were executed in this case. As part of the investigation, were search warrants obtained specifically for areas in southern Utah?
Yes, they were.
And obviously do not give me exact addresses, but generally for what locations?
It was the residence of Tyler Robinson and the residence of his parents.
Were those warrants executed?
They were.
By whom?
The residence of Tyler Robinson was a team led by Sergeant Famuina with SBI, along with the Utah State Crime Lab. And the residence of his parents was a team led by the FBI, their evidence response team.
Are you aware of what date or dates, if applicable, those warrants were executed?
Yeah, September 12th. I believe Tyler's residence, they started the search warrant about 8 o'clock in the morning, and then his parents' residence, they started about 4 p.m. Of September 12th.
So to be clear, you've stated who was involved in executing those warrants. Were you physically present for the execution of either of those warrants?
No, I was not.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Robinson lived with anyone else at that residence at the time?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
Lance Twiggs.
Oops, never mind. Guess that.
And we won't get too into it right now. We'll cover this with Sergeant Faumina, but did you receive information from officers involved in those execution of those warrants about what, if anything, had been found?
Yes, I did.
All right, turning to another area. As part of this investigation, you have previously mentioned that a family friend came in initially with the Robinsons. Who was that family friend?
His name was Mike Mitchell.
And who is he in relation to the Robinsons?
So he's a family friend, a good family friend.
And what was his involvement here?
So he helped facilitate working with Tyler and his parents with the sheriff's department for Tyler to turn himself in.
And I believe you mentioned previously that law enforcement conducted an interview with Mr. Mitchell.
They did.
Remind us when that interview occurred.
So that was the early morning hours of September 12th at the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
And I know you've already stated, but remind me who was present for that interview.
That one was Agent Terry and Agent Smith.
What agencies are they with?
Terry's with SBI and Smith is with FBI.
Are you aware if a second interaction or statement was collected from Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it was.
When did that happen?
It was March 31st of this year.
Who was present at that time?
It was Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, Kimberly Derfler, and Agent Chris Terry with SBI.
You mentioned Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, and Kimberly Derfler. What office do they work for?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
And you mentioned Agent Chris Terry.
Yes.
So you were not present for this collection of this statement.
No, I was not.
Have you communicated with Agent Chris Terry about how this happened?
Yes, I have.
How did this happen?
So all those individuals met with Mike Mitchell at, it was the St. George, well, it was at the St. George Court office, courthouse there. They met and discussed briefly, I was going to kind of talk generally about the situation. From there, Mr. Mitchell was given a handwritten 1102 paper statement, and he left the room, went into a separate office by himself, was there for about an hour where he hand wrote a statement, filled the statement out. When that was complete, he came back into the room where the others were waiting and provided that 1102 statement to them.
We've heard quite a bit about 1102 statements. Sounds like there's an official form that is used. What's present on that form, if you know?
There's an admonition or warning given on those forms that states that the information you're giving is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, that any false statement that is given or may be given would be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor.
Aside from that being written on the form, are you aware if this admonition was discussed with Mr. Mitchell?
It was.
Do you know by whom?
Yeah, Ryan McBride provided that admonition to him.
And you stated that Mr. Mitchell then went into a separate room for about an hour and wrote his statement down?
Correct.
Did anyone, including prosecutors or law enforcement, direct him what to say?
Foundation, objection. Personal knowledge.
Would you like to respond, Ms. Hunt?
I can lay a little more foundation.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection for now, and Ms. Hunt is moving forward with laying more foundation.
You discussed with Agent Chris Terry about how this statement was obtained?
Yes.
Did he mention anything to you about anyone directing Mr. Mitchell about what to say or what to include in the form?
No, I spoke to him personally and reviewed his report also.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 14.1. Let me know when you see that on your screen.
Okay, I see it.
What is that?
This is the written 1102 statement that was provided by Mr. Mike Mitchell.
Your Honor, may I have a minute with Ms. Hunt for the same purpose?
And how do you know that?
About now.
I reviewed it. I reviewed it in its original. As soon as it came to us, I've seen it prior. So.
And Kimberly, if I can have you slowly scroll down.
I can hear you. Stop whispering.
Sorry, Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
All right, so she went back to talk to her paralegal. What do y'all think about Davis? Brian Davis is the federal agent. I don't know if it's federal agent, state agent. And so far, I think he's doing a great job, man. He doesn't have any notes, though. I noticed that, if that matters any. I realize he's literally just speaking off the cuff. So that's good or that's bad. I like it.
I apologize, Your Honor. I misspoke. It's not 14.1. It's just Exhibit 14.
Okay.
So if we can place that again on the screen for the witness only. Yes. And sorry, we had been scrolling through that. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Does it depict, is it fair and accurate from what you remember?
Yeah, with the exception of the redactions, yes, it's fair and accurate.
And Judge, I'll make a record defense counsel and I have stipulated on the redactions that are present. I would move for its admission, State's Exhibit 14, into evidence, but we do not wish to publish it either to the courtroom gallery or the cameras.
All right, could I have a copy of it? What I have is the unredacted version. So I want to review it before I make that decision.
Yeah, he is not playing. He said, y'all not gonna do no shenanigans up in here. We're shenanigan free up in here, he said.
If I may approach.
You may. Thank you.
Yeah, she's with the prosecution.
All right, I've had a chance to review State's Exhibit 14 and noting the standing objections by defense concerning 1102's. Court accepts into evidence State's Exhibit 14 and pursuant to the parties is not published.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I want to move on
I don't know
to
what that
another
means.
topic. You've stated that you've been present for the duration as the case agent of the preliminary hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
We heard testimony yesterday about turning to the scene at UVU on September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have knowledge about that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building, on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself.
How do you know that it was found there?
I reviewed the agent's report that found that, documented it, and collected it.
What agent was that?
It was Agent Ben Schneider with SBI.
Are you aware of where the computer science building is on campus?
Yes, yes.
Can you explain generally where that is located?
Yeah, from where the LOSI building is, it's a building directly kind of south and east of there, from the LOSI.
Southeast from the LOSI building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there. East and a little bit south, and mostly east.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent. Agent Ben Schneider, there was not a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was.
Did you learn from Agent Snyder what caliber that bullet was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a .223 caliber.
What is a live round?
It's a round that had not been fired, so it still had the projectile, and it was a fully functional bullet with ammunition with the bullet.
Did you learn if this 223 bullet found on top of the computer science building was a live round?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It was still intact, still had the primer had not been, it was not dented up when fired. It still had the bullet projectile in the end, and still sealed.
Did you observe this bullet personally, or is this information you're getting from Agent Snyder?
From Agent Ben Schneider.
All right, turning to a different topic. And Judge, I'm aware that there are going to be some objections about this that we'll have to address, but I just want to lay a little bit of foundation first before we get there. Are you, you've mentioned him already. Are you familiar with an individual named Lance Twiggs?
Yes, I am.
And who is he in regards to this investigation?
He's the roommate of Tyler Robinson.
Was he interviewed as part of this investigation?
He was.
How many times?
2 times.
When was the first time?
The first time was the early morning hours of September 12th, and that occurred at St. George Police Department.
So we've heard of several people coming in and being spoken with at Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Mr. Twiggs was spoken with at St. George PD.
Correct.
Do you know who was present for that interview?
It was FBI agents Larson and Agent Ling.
Are you aware of Mr. Twiggs' buccal swab was taken at that time?
I don't recall happening there. I believe it happened later. I'd have to, but it did occur. That was obtained from him.
Okay. But you're not sure if it happened on the 12th?
I don't recall if it was there or later at his residence, but.
But ultimately, a buccal swab was obtained from Mr. Twiggs?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if his phone was taken from him?
It was.
When did that happen?
So it was during that interview with FBI at St. George Police Department. They conducted an interview of him, and then he provided his phone. He did it voluntarily also, provided it to those agents.
And that would have been on September 12th, 2025?
Correct.
You mentioned a second interview of Mr. Twiggs?
There was a second interview, yes.
When did that take place?
April 20th of this year.
Where was that?
Happened at the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Who was present at that second interview?
It was Mr. Twiggs with his attorney, Jill Cottrell. It was Lauren Hunt, Sam Peed with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Ryan McBride, Sergeant L. Schulz, well, now it's Lieutenant L. Schulz, and myself.
We've talked about 2 interviews of Mr. Twiggs, one on the morning of September 12th, 2025, second on April 20th, 2026. Are you aware if both of those interviews were recorded?
They were.
Have you reviewed those recordings?
I have.
Before Mr. Twiggs' interview on April 20th, 2026, well, first let me ask you this. Are you aware of what use immunity means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's a letter that the use of immunity is essentially giving the individual, during the limited time of their statement, they're given that immunity from statements that are made in regard to an incident. But it does not preclude them from prosecution, from evidence that would be known or found then or later outside of that interview. It just gives them that limited immunity during the type of the interview.
Okay, so for any statements made during the interview, they're given immunity for that, but they're not generally prohibited from being potentially prosecuted outside of that interview. Is that fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
Was Mr. Twiggs given use immunity?
Yes, he was.
By what offices?
The Utah County Attorney's Office, as well as the United States Attorney's Office.
You mentioned that both of Mr. Twiggs' interviews were recorded. Have you reviewed those recordings?
Yes, I have.
Do they fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
Yes, they do.
We've talked about 1102 statements. We talked about a form, and you talked about that there's an admonition on there that warns that if false statements are given pursuant to 1102, then that person may be subject to a Class A misdemeanor. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Was a similar admonition given to Mr. Twiggs during his second or before his second interview on April 20th, 2026?
Yes, it was.
By whom?
By Ryan McBride with the Utah County Attorney's Office.
And again, you were present for that interview.
I was.
Did Mr. Twiggs say that he understood that admonition?
He did. Yep. Yes.
Was he told that the April 20th, 2026 interview was being taken in lieu of him having to come and testify at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, it was. Yes, he was.
All right, Judge, I'm aware that defense counsel has objections to this recorded 1102. I think now is probably a good time to address them. But I do have, I guess, I understand that they are suggesting redactions to the video. I have some procedural objections first, and if Your Honor sustains those, I think it may make the substance of the statements or the objections or the redactions that defense is proposing moot. So I'm wondering if Your Honor will entertain my responses procedurally first before we get into the substance of what defense is objecting to. Does that make sense?
Yes, but and if you want to move it, because right now nothing's before me.
Yes. Well, what I want to move, so defense is proposed about a day and a half ago. They created a transcript. Mr. Novak has proffered this earlier to Your Honor. On April, and I'll give you a little more proffer. On April 28th, 2026, the Utah County Attorney's Office provided this recorded 1102 statement of Mr. Twiggs to defense counsel. They have acknowledged the receipt and mentioned the recorded statement at previous hearings. In fact, they even filed a brief that Your Honor has decided about whether 1102 can be applicable to Mr. Twiggs at this hearing, which Your Honor has ruled upon. Monday at about 4 p.m., defense counsel sent us a transcript that was prepared by the defense team, and it had significant redactions that they were suggesting. It was about a 21-page transcript, and their suggested redactions are approximately 11 pages of it. In total, redactions appear on 16 of the 21 pages. My procedural objections to this are that this is essentially by surprise. We were already a day into the preliminary hearing. Defense counsel had been aware since at least April 28th, 2026, when the recorded 1102 of Mr. Twiggs was provided to them, that is how we intended to proceed. And like I said, they had already briefed the 1102 issue as it relates to Mr. Twiggs. At that time, they did not raise any objections to the substance of it or propose any redactions that they wished. And yeah, frankly, it's by surprise, and it's at this point disrupting the hearing. It's not, I did mention that defense prepared a transcript of this recorded interview, how the state intended to present it and how we have given it in discovery to defense is it's a video, audio and visual. Making redactions to that is not as simple as a transcript where you can just, block out sections of the text. So it's far more complicated than that to edit or redact portions of the video at this time. So we would object procedurally, basically on the timeliness of it, that they had an opportunity to make these objections if they had them at the time when the 1102 issue in regards to Lance Twiggs was briefed and decided by Your Honor. They did not do that or raise the issue at this time. And so we would object just procedurally.
Just say, get out of my way.
On those grounds. Additionally, the remedy requested, which I'm assuming is that we make redactions to the video or present it as a transcript rather than a video, is disproportionate. Even assuming if there are isolated statements that the court would not ultimately consider, again, as Mr. McBride pointed out, and as Your Honor has stated throughout this hearing, this is a preliminary hearing to the court. It's not to the jury. The court is fully capable of disregarding any statement it determines exceeds the proper scope. As Mr. McBride cited this morning, several cases give Your Honor that authority and presumption that judges are able to basically make the difference between what's admissible evidence and disregard what may not be at a preliminary hearing or even at a bench trial. State v. Adams is one of those cases. If Your Honor wants the citation, again, I'm happy to give it. State v. Featherson is another one. That one is 781 P2D 424. State v. Hannigan is another one, 2014 UT App 165. And State v. Rosecrans, 2024 UT App 128. And those cases all stand for the notion that essentially judges, and this is to quote from Rosecrans, judges are not subject to many of the same concerns about prejudices and improper influences as jurors. And so, again, procedurally, the remedy, asking us to now, in the middle of a week-long preliminary hearing of which everyone was aware, edit or alter or redact portions of this video recording 1102, that remedy is disproportionate. If there are any potentially objectionable statements within that, Your Honor has the ability to disregard those. And so we would prefer not to get into the substance and argue each statement line by line. And we would prefer to just move for its admission and have the court use its discretion as a judge to take what's proper versus improper, disregard anything the court might find improper. If we would like to move into substantive objections, then we're happy to, but if the court can rule on those procedural objections first, it may make any substantive objections moot.
All right, so you're moving into evidence case exhibit 16?
Yes.
All right, let's see how it goes.
As it relates to publication, what is your request?
So, Judge, we believe, and I believe this has been discussed before on the record, that the state is in agreement that the media should not have the ability to handle or replicate certain exhibits. Because it's video, Mr. Twiggs is shown certain exhibits. So we would agree that this should not be captured by cameras and projected by the media outside of the courtroom. But we would like at least the audio and maybe even the video within the courtroom itself to be captured, is the state's position.
All right, I want to make sure I understand. So your request is that the video not be projected and captured by the video camera, but the video and audio is played in the courtroom and the audio is able to be transmitted, just not the video via the camera. Is that my understanding?
Correct, that's the state's position.
All right. And
All right, let's see.
in regards to this exhibit, is in as states exhibit 16, is there any portion of that recorded statement that occurred before the,
That's a good question. Where is the media
the
attorney?
1102 warning was given to Mr. Twiggs?
Not that we are presenting today.
Okay. All right, so turning to the defense, Mr. Novak.
Oh, Novak.
So I'm going to address first, Your Honor, what Ms. Hunt describes as the procedural issues with our proposed redactions. Many weeks ago, the state lodged their anticipated exhibits with the court. And then the court said, I'm not going to review them. In fact, I'm returning them. I'm sorry, the court said that the court is returning the exhibits to the state. So there is no moment to make objections to an exhibit which the court is not inclined to entertain until the moment, as the court has said many times, until the exhibit is presented.
Thank you so much, sister.
And so what we have done is we have given the state, it's only a 20-page transcript, excuse me, it's only a 20-page transcript.
Only a 20-page transcript is crazy sentence.
We have given the state a transcript we prepared ahead of time so that the state could make sure that the transcript is accurate. The state has never said that the transcript is inaccurate, so I'm going to assume for purposes of the moment that the state doesn't have any dispute that the transcript is an accurate transcription of Mr. Twiggs' recorded 11:02 interview. There's no surprise here. There's been all of Monday evening, all of Tuesday, this morning. In fact, the state informed me yesterday morning that they don't agree to the redactions. So there's no surprise here. And we're actually doing exactly what the court signaled should be done, which is at the time an exhibit is proffered, objections shall be made. This wouldn't be as much of a problem if Ms. Hunt had just said to Your Honor, following Archuleta, and in light of the electronic coverage of this proceeding, and in light of Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, the court will consider those portions of the exhibit which are admissible, and the court will not consider those portions which it determines are not admissible, but it will not be broadcast either audio or video. So that becomes a problem because the categories of objections that we have to
I agree.
this video recording, I'm going to talk about a little bit so that the court understands why Ms. Hunt's suggestion that the entirety of an exhibit, which may not be admissible under the rules of evidence at a preliminary hearing, be played in open court, and that the audio be captured by electronic media and broadcast. Because of our client's right to a fair trial, that's a problem. And I don't want to sound flippant, but this is actually the Ryan McBride 11:02. The vast majority of this video is Mr. McBride testifying and Mr. Twiggs agreeing. If we were in a courtroom, it would be a leading examination virtually from start to finish. I don't want to say that every single statement by Mr. Twiggs is just an affirmation of what Mr. McBride says, but the vast majority of it is. There are also portions of this 11:02 where Mr. McBride is basically testifying as to what other exhibits that this court will see say. So there are two other exhibits that this court will be asked to receive into evidence today, which are text messages and group chat. I'm just going to distinguish between the two. And so this 11:02 statement is basically Mr. McBride saying, and then the chat says this, and then the chat says that, and then the chat says this. He's basically testifying as to what the exhibits say. So in some ways, the 11:02, those portions of the 11:02 violate the best evidence rule, because I have no doubt that those two things that I just talked about are going to be presented to the court by the state. There are also portions of this 11:02 which are not relevant and really implicate Mr. Twiggs' privacy rights. And I'm not Mr. Twiggs' counsel. As Ms. Hunt said, he has counsel. I don't know if he's, well, I don't want to speculate. but it's not relevant. There are portions of it which are not relevant, and there are portions of it which I think, especially to be broadcast, implicate other privacy interests. So I'm not trying to create complications, and I'm definitely not trying to take the state by surprise, because I went to great lengths to provide the state with a transcript, with a proposed redacted transcript. And in fact, today, we prepared to make it easier on the state and actually on Your Honor. Instead of having redactions with big black sections, we highlighted them instead. So if the court wants to look at our proposed redactions, the court can do that without having to compare two documents. The other thing I want to say is that if the court did order ultimately that portions of it would be broadcast in any way, in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, we're not trying to change the state's exhibit from a video
sure about
audio
that?
to a transcript. The transcript is really being used as a tool to address the inadmissible portions of the video. Because there's no way to communicate to the court efficiently which portions of a video we think are not admissible. It's much easier to do it on paper. So the transcript is just a tool. We have the ability right here in this courthouse to cut the video into the pieces that the court deems admissible. Mr. Ellis tells me it would probably take a couple hours at the most. So maybe that's also not a concern. There's no delay associated with this in light of the fact that it's Wednesday and this court is going to conclude this hearing by Friday afternoon. So I've
I like that
gone
part.
beyond the procedural issues. I've addressed that we think portions of it are not admissible. There's no surprise. We've followed exactly what the court has signaled, which is I don't want to hear about exhibits until we're in the middle of the hearing, and I don't want to hear objections about it till we're in the middle of the hearing. The litigation over whether Section 1102 is constitutional under Mr. Robinson's federal due process rights and the other rights that were addressed, that litigation does not mean that we should have brought to the court proposed redactions to an exhibit in a hearing which hasn't started yet, in a hearing in which the state hadn't, until 20 minutes ago, even proffered an exhibit. So I understand that the state wants to avoid the substance by trying to short circuit this with a procedural argument. And Ms. Hunt is a very excellent advocate for her client. But the reason why the state is going to the procedural issue is because the state, because the exhibit contains significant content that is not admissible even in a preliminary hearing. So I'm going to stop now, but I do want to go back and say that if the court concluded that only Your Honor was going to review this exhibit and the Archuleta rule would be extended to this exhibit, including that it's not going to be broadcast, then I think that we have a different path toward the efficient resolution of this issue.
All right.
Does that make sense, Your Honor?
I believe I understand what you're saying. So let me respond to you before I go to Ms. Hunt. So going to your first point in regards to what this court's position in not looking at the exhibits, that doesn't preclude any party from filing a motion in limine, which is anticipated before anything is moved into evidence. Typically, motions in limine are used by either side on anticipated exhibits or that may come into court, and that allows pre-litigation. So I want to clarify that the court statement, like I'm not looking at the exhibits, is far different than what the parties choose to do and file in regards to a motion in limine. But going to I really want to go to what you've talked about. What specific objections are you making? I want to make sure the request is clear,
Yes,
so I
sir.
can
Yes,
rule
sir.
specifically on that. What exactly? I think I understand some of them, but I wish for you to articulate what are your objections to State's Exhibit 16.
Significant. We could do it line by line or page by page. I know we have had hearings in this matter where the court has wanted to look at transcripts line by line, word by word. We're prepared to do that. But I'm going to give the court categories.
Thank you.
Without referring to specific portions. there are many portions of it which are not the statement of Mr. Twiggs. They're Mr. McBride testifying on video as to what other exhibits say. And Mr. Twiggs is saying, yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says.
So I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no,
I
it's
just
fine.
want to categorize it and put it in a box. So what is what objection under the rules of evidence is that specifically? What are you boxing that as?
Well, first of all, it's counsel testifying. Second of all, it's hearsay. It's Mr. McBride's out-of-court statements as to what an exhibit says. There's a best evidence rule, which I'm sure the court is familiar with, which is that the best evidence of what an exhibit says is the exhibit. So we may have a little bit of a cart before the horse here.
Sure.
Because there are two exhibits that I'm very confident are coming. There are portions which are not relevant. There are portions which
Can I double speed?
I believe are inadmissible when the court balances under 403 the probative value versus the prejudicial value, especially in light of the manner in which this hearing is being.
Okay, I'm gonna make a judgment call. I feel sorry for that. The guy sitting right there, that poor guy right there, man. He is struggling. The poor witness, he is struggling. Yo, okay. Basically, the summation is there's a video where the interviewer is asking Lance Twiggs, does it say this? And Lance Twiggs is saying yes. The stuff that he's reading to him, AKA the transcript from the Discord or the text messages, whatever, is going to be evidence later on, but he's reading it to him. So it's exposing the judge and exposing the court to the evidence before it even becomes available. So it's kind of like two things, this is a weapon, this is a weapon, but inside of it is some ice. So I'm exposing you to the fact that there's ice in here, but we haven't determined how much ice is in the cup yet. I mean, that's a really bad example, but I think you get my point. So that's what they're arguing about. That's what they're horse trading about right now. And I feel sorry for that guy. He is struggling. Maybe I'm struggling, and I'm trying to impose it on him. I don't know. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for this. We're going to hang in here. Let's see what happens. I'm also checking to see if Andrea pulls an audible, and she is not pulling an audible either. So I guess she understands it, so I guess we're supposed to understand it in pre-K law school. Look, I'm tired. Y'all with Lance Twigg. I don't think Lance Twigg is the biggest issue in the case. I think he definitely is. I think the biggest issue is the forensic evidence that Tyler Robinson was at UVU. The gun was there. I think we saw a lot of good evidence yesterday, in my opinion. Now, I do believe that Lance Twigg is going to be a part of that, but I don't think it's going to be the biggest part of it. I think the biggest part is the evidence that Tyler Robinson was at UVU and Tyler Robinson did the deed, that we believe he did the deed that killed Charlie Kirk. That's the biggest thing. Lance Twigg is just extra, in my opinion. Y'all are wild with this Twigs. Y'all are wild, man. Why are y'all like this? Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Okay, Judge is saying something. We got to listen to the judge. He's saying something intelligent.
But I never want to put my finger on and say, well, Mr. Novak, here's what I think you should do, or to the state, Mr. McBride, here's what I think you should do. That goes outside my role, and I will not deviate from my role, which is not to interfere with the business of counsel. And I'm fortunate as a district court judge that I have very experienced attorneys who I have watched and have done an excellent job. And your experience, as I stated on I believe in the Pro Hoc Vice, highly experienced attorneys on defense, highly experienced attorneys on prosecution. And so I do not want to get into the business of saying, here's what you should do. I hear what you're saying, but I want to be clear from this point on, in case there's any ambiguity, the court does not need to go into the business of dictating what you feel is in the best interest of your client to the state what is in the best interest of your client. I staying clear of that. but I appreciate the point you're making, and I hope that clarifies any ambiguity that may exist.
There was no ambiguity. I don't think that what I was conceptualizing puts the court's finger on anybody's scales. I think it's really about case management. And now I think we're moving pretty far away from the admissibility of this 1102 statement, and we could have a conversation later if the court wants to, it's up to the court, about case management issues. But as I said before, if I say anything else, I'm going to be repeating myself. So I'm just going to stop.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. Appreciate your thoughts. Ms. Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Judge. And as I tried to parse out, obviously we have procedural objections, which may, depending on how the court rules, make the substantive objections moot or unnecessary. But to Mr. Novak's point about this not being by surprise, yes, to be fair, he did send me a transcript with proposed redactions Monday, I believe at about 4 p.m. It was not accompanied by any objections that he actually had. So we had to compare the transcripts and, to our best guess, come up with what the substantive objections may be. I am ready to respond to what I believe they may be, and obviously he's now given categories. But I think we're now at the point where the court needs to exercise its ability and obligation under Rule 104A to decide a preliminary question about whether evidence is admissible. But before we do that, because to argue the substantive objections, I want to actually get into the substance of it. And so I think we need to consider whether this is going to be a closed hearing. And then probably, I don't know, I'm assuming the media attorneys will want to weigh into that, because I do want to quote specific sections to be able to advocate for my position, the state's position on this. I think we will need to get into the meat of what is actually stated here. And so I think the court needs to decide if this is going to be an open or a closed hearing, and hear from the media or any other parties that need to weigh in on that.
All right. Anything further from the parties as it relates to that?
Only that Ms. Hunt invited the media to comment on what the court is going to do. And as Your Honor knows from conducting jury trials and other types of proceedings, sidebars are not for the public. They're not for the public in real time, and they're not for the public subsequently. It is very standard that sidebar proceedings where information is only to be exchanged between counsel for the parties and the court are conducted at sidebar so that witnesses, jurors, members of the public don't hear about those things. And so we are assuming that if the court wants to do this in what we would call sidebar or in a closed hearing, that the transcript of that is going to remain at least temporarily sealed until these proceedings conclude or the court conducts some closure analysis on a topic by topic basis. So that's what sidebars are about, whether it's done in a closed hearing or in an open hearing through whisper. The public, potential witnesses, jurors, potential jurors don't get to hear what the court decides needs to be addressed in a manner which protects the parties' rights.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, Michael Judd on behalf of the media. A request to close a court proceeding isn't a sidebar, and calling it a sidebar doesn't make it one. The court knows the rules at this point. Any attempt to close a hearing requires that the court engage in some sort of hearing about that closure that is open to the public. It can't be done in whisper. That can't be done with the cameras off. There are occasions where a court may find it necessary to put some portion of some hearing behind closed doors. But the conversation about whether or not that happens, of course, has to take place in public. I don't want to belabor any of the points that are made. I think the court recognizes the interests at issue here and what the media's position would likely be on these. I'd like to find common ground. It appears to be a significant piece of common ground here is that everybody seems to believe that the video interview that is at issue here is very important. And that, of course, makes people want to invoke protections, invoke closures. From the media's perspective, from the public's perspective, of course, that pushes the other direction. There may be moments of this preliminary hearing, there may be exhibits that do not present significant pillars of support for the decision that the court will ultimately be called on to make as a gatekeeper and as a magistrate. It seems to me, I haven't seen this video, the public hasn't seen this video, it seems to me that this appears likely to be one of those pillars on which the state intends to base its case and on which the court's ultimate decision will likely rest. That counsels in favor of access, in favor of publication, in favor of allowing the public to see the work that the court is doing and why it's doing it. I recognize Archuleta has been invoked. We respect and understand Archuleta. Respectfully, Archuleta, at least part of its reasoning is based on something very different than putting something on a screen. In Archuleta, there was a request to say, hey, is there a murder weapon? Are there crime scene photos? Can we come handle those, right? Can we look at them? Can we turn them over in our hands? And part of the reasoning in Archuleta was we're worried about that will impact the quality of the evidence and the obligation everybody has to keep that evidence reliable and safe. Putting something on the screen doesn't present any of those sorts of risks. Because this is so important, so this interview appears to be such a critical piece of the case being presented here in this courtroom today. The media's position is that it should be shown on the screen and that the public should be allowed to see it as well. To the extent there's any sort of compromise at all, the one that is presented by the state, which would allow the public to monitor and oversee and understand and comprehend and assist with the work being done by the court, then something like the state has provided, which is we allow the audio to play. If there is some sort of, it sounds to me like what the state is saying is there's some sort of witness privacy issue that would be served by turning that video off. Maximalist advocates on behalf of the media would always want that video to be on, but I recognize that may be a reasonable compromise. But the idea of shutting the courtroom down to argue about closure or keeping this recording from the people in the courtroom who are allowed here, the victim representatives, the media representatives, the public itself, is simply a non-starter, I believe, under the rules that govern this proceeding. We ask the court to keep this as open as possible, and if there is any sort of narrowing of the public's right of access here, that it be done only in the narrowest way possible, and that it be based only upon recognized interests. And finally, I would say, Your Honor, to the extent that I hear any sort of real counter interest at all, it continues to be a fair trial interest. We take that important. We recognize that its importance, we take it seriously. The court has also over and over again recognized what the right approach to that is to say there are mechanisms in place under Algier to say we do an expanded voir dire, we do a jury questionnaire. We can handle those counter interests, and on behalf of the media and the public, I'd ask that the court handle this dispute that way.
Thank you. Any further comment by any of the parties?
I'm gonna go up there and comment.
All right. Mr. Novak.
Oh, gosh, Novak's
Only,
back.
That I want to make an additional assertion about why the court should handle this exhibit pursuant to Archuleta. But I want to make that argument at sidebar, because the whole point is to protect my client's right to a fair trial. And by making part of this argument in open court, it's a self-defeating exercise. So when the court resolves whether it will hear from us at sidebar, we're prepared to do that.
All right. The issue is sidebar is public because the transcript's open. So just because the parties request sidebar and the court invokes the white noise,
Yeah.
that doesn't make it private. It simply obscures the noise in the courtroom because that goes in the transcript unless it's a closed hearing. So
Then we would like to have a very brief closed hearing to lodge another objection about the publication of this, of any portion of this exhibit, of certain portions of this exhibit beyond Your Honor's eyes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
thank you. All right. Right now, what we're going to go ahead and do, and what I want to do is I want to look at the redactions that you're proposing. And take a look at that. And it's also a perfect time to take a break because we need to bring in the monitor potentially for future exhibits. So that's going to give us our 15 minutes. I want to review that so I can be brought up to speed because the transcript, from what I understand, is just a transcript with suggestions of what defense wants to redact. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And so what I would suggest, well, if this works for the court, is we will email to the court staff something we've already given the state, which is the proposed redacted version of the transcript. I understand that the state wants a video to be presented as evidence. We can get there if the court concludes there should be redactions.
Well, it's been a long time.
It's not redacted through blackout, it's highlighted. So the highlights are the proposed defense redactions, and Mr. Ellis can make sure that your court staff receive that, and it can either be emailed to you or printed out, whatever works.
Any objections, Ms. Hunt, from the court reviewing the proposed redactions in order to bring the court up to speed at whatever argument the court may entertain?
No, Judge, but I want to clarify for the record and for myself, is the court ruling on my procedural objections, and I want to reserve the right to make my substantive arguments using what's actually in the exhibit. So being able to quote directly from it, knowing that if it's not a closed hearing, those portions of what I'm saying are going to be on the record and broadcast.
So the court is not making a ruling right now. We're just going to take a break, and then we're going to come back on the record. But on the break, I'm trying to maximize the time, and that's why I'm asking, is there any objection to me reviewing what it sounds like defense has sent you, which is just the transcript highlighting what they're anticipating redacting? I just want to bring myself up to speed, so on the next step, when I make my ruling, the court is ready to go.
Okay,
And
fair enough.
maximizing the time, because we also want to put up a monitor, so there's like 3 things we can accomplish in the space of 15
Fair
minutes.
enough. The state has no objection to that.
All right, Mr. Novak, if you wouldn't mind sending what you sent to the state to the court for review, and we will take a 15-minute break. It is now, well, let's go a little bit longer, just I want to make sure everything is in place. Let's come back at 3 o'clock, and we'll proceed from there. Court is in a brief recess.
Oh my gosh. All right. We're going to jump over real quick to Andrea, because I know she's talking about this. So.
It's probable cause decision. Our right of access is specifically related to our ability to monitor how the court does its job. Can't evaluate a court's decision if we don't know what they're relying on.
It's a rough
Like
one.
to convolute thing.
All right, real quick, I want to say also, before we get too far in there, thank you everybody who's supporting the channel today. I appreciate y'all. Always thankful. Never want to be unappreciative. Thank you, Miss Me Cat. Thank you with the 5. I appreciate you. Great commentary. Thank you again for that. Christelle says this, I really enjoy your commentary. I would also like each of Candace's false theories to be discussed and debunked. With this live, people still believe her. I'm actually putting that list together right now. I'm putting that list together as we speak. So I've got 12. If you want to email management a theory that Candace has had that has been debunked so far or will be debunked by Friday, you can email management and I'll add it to the list. Jason at jwitt@jwitt.com. Thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. What'd you say? This SC Dog been supporting us for a long time. Who's down for a $5 chat challenge party? Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, love. And for getting that started. Thank you so much. Of course, Mad Mom 70 with the 10. Thank you for the stream, Jason, and all the hard work to get the truth out. Thank you so much. Pure blood 2 with the 2. Cantifa yelling, I object at the TV. Hey, you know they are. You know they are. And SC Dog has been a member for 5 months. Thank you so much. Judge Graff basically told defense to cut their crap. Hey, Judge Graff is trying. I like the fact that he is keeping his, as difficult as this is, that's probably why he's a judge and I'm not. Because I would absolutely been like, what are you talking about? What is going on here? You got to get done with this. But he's doing the right thing. So we got to give him that credit for that. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to jump back over to Andrea. Love Andrea Burkhart. If these mods could please make sure. Uh-oh, did I lose our audio? Tell me if you can hear this. Green Hearts, if you can hear this. Nope, no audio. Okay. Not a problem. Let me redo that real quick. Some reason or another, when I jump between screens, this is a StreamYard problem. When you jump between screens like that, over time, sometimes they say you can do it 2 times, but the 3rd time they not gonna work. All right, let's try now.
Such sweethearts, not vexatious, but everybody who thinks of a parrot, I think, is thinking of a sun conure. Very vexatious parrot. Welcome to the channel. Honey and
Thank
Salt
you so much for that.
2.0. Welcome. What a combination. Honey and Salt. It's evokes. Oh, we already saw. Nope. W-Man.
All
Honey
right,
and
cool.
Salt. It's reminds me a little bit of why I like my Silver Needle white tea so much. It's like roasted honey is what I get from the flavor there.
All right.
Genderpuff 769.
Andrea's over there crushing it.
DNA
Thank you so
seems
much.
too imprecise. Do you believe Bert's intention is to ultimately get the DNA stuff thrown out at trial? Seems really impactful to me. Can state just go ahead and do next gen to get ahead of it before trial? Next gen is definitely not going to resolve any issues relating to the reliability of the evidence because it's much newer and much less established and also less standardized. We've been doing STR DNA identification for several decades now. It's very consistent. The processes are consistent. So you don't have to litigate around the edges of things like you have to do a new way of extracting the DNA in order to do your next gen sequencing technique that you've developed. So just as the technology has moved in different directions, it's affected some of those basic proceedings. That's one of the things that came up in the Rex Huerman case.
So real quick, man, shout out. Thank you, DDS Allen with the 50. Man, thank you so much. Hey, Jason, thank you. No, thank you, man. You are the stream sponsor. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Y'all put DD Allen S. Allen in the chat. Absolutely. Thank you for supporting the channel. Now, I'm very interested in, and Andrea is kind of talking about it. I'm very interested in how they're going to try to invalidate that DNA evidence from yesterday. I know it was kind of convoluted and it was a lot. There was a lot. Look, I'm a pre-K law student. I'm a pre-K med student, right? I don't know anything. But there was a lot of information that was shared. I'm wondering how they're going to try to invalidate it. And I'm wondering if it's going to be something like there's a better system coming up. So let's say they're using, what was it called? Something StarCast or something like that, right? So let's say they're using StarCast 2.0, right? But they're in the process of instituting StarCast 3.0. So now we're in that intermediate period between the 2.0 and 3.0 coming out or becoming very popular. I wonder if they're going to say, well, did you use StarCast 3.0? Did you use another system to try it out? So that's what I'm wondering, how they're going to try to invalidate the DNA evidence from the stream. I don't know. But I know one thing, we're not going to invalidate DDS Allen. We're going to say thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe invalidated through not enough collaboration. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, would they say, hey, well, did you try? It's kind of like saying, well, you counted to 2 + 2 on your fingers, but did you do 2 + 2 on a piece of paper? Did you do 2 + 2 with a calculator? Did you put 2 + 2 in a Chat GPT, Chrome, Firefox, and did you ask another person to verify that 2 + 2 was really 4? That's what I'm wondering. I mean, that's kind of a very elementary because I'm an elementary school teacher, but I think that works. Did that work? Somebody's harassing me? Artie is harassing you on his live. Me? Oh no. What about Artie? That's my guy, I thought. Artie needs to harass me and call me back. How about that? Tell him he hasn't called me back. Artie trolls. Is he talking bad about your boy? Hold on now. What's he saying bad about me? I like Artie. Is he saying bad things about me? All right, I'm looking. I just jumped over there. All right, I'm gonna just. I mean, Artie is cool. I like Artie. Artie has a.
And
Artie is able
Sick
to
and the
do
Dying.
green
Sick, the Dying, and
screen
the Dead.
so much better than me.
Crazy.
Like, look at this.
So he's been on two.
He's
and a
saying something
half
bad about me?
hours.
What did he say about me?
Oh yeah, Winter Sun Storm intro is beautiful. Every song Winter Sun does is beautiful, though. I've been Winter Sun has been my band since I was 14 years old.
What
that
about
is just ever since I heard them.
The
nothing
Jay
comes
Witt
close.
band.
I know a Winter Sun solo, so I need to practice it up again. Did you see the military playing at the Mount Rushmore? The guitar player was awesome. I need to check it out. I actually did miss that. The solos in Dystopia are really good. Oh,
All right,
yeah.
so-
Kiko Lourero's an insane guitarist. I love Angra.
I'll reach out to
Angra,
Artie
I
again.
found
We
them
were
when I
trying to
was
do
in
a
high
project last week. We just haven't gotten it together. We hadn't gotten it together yet. So let's hear how Andrea teases this out.
That said, next gen could be better in this specific situation for a variety
talking
of
about
reasons.
guitars.
Basically covered by Mr. Burt yesterday. You can get more specific sequencing information that helps you individualize the samples much better. Helps you discriminate between, potential.
I love Artie.
Things that look similar, but in fact aren't. So it helps them. It's good. It's particularly good for this precise situation where you've got complex mixtures that need to be deconvoluted.
So, to look at her question without knowing exactly how Andrea answered it, I think it's a catch-22 because remember, I said if they're using StarCast or whatever that was, 2.0, and then they're transitioning to 3.0, I could hear the state saying, well, there's not enough people who are 3.0 certified and authenticated and qualified, so therefore 3.0 is no good either. I could see the state doing that. I've seen so many people do it. It's crazy. Okay, what is this?
We just know too much. We know too much. I would love to serve on a jury. I really would, but kind of doubt I'm ever going to get that opportunity. Jeff did, though. Jeff got to serve on a jury. So it's not impossible. It's not like lawyers are routinely kicked off. I mean, like automatically kicked off, but just we tend to not be preferred as members of the veneer. Friendship dues from Animals Over Human. Well, thank you so much for that. That's very sweet of you. Appreciate your support. Bass player 2011 IFY. Sit down. The defense have the privilege of bringing up time management. You don't want the state to be suggesting we'd like to be efficient here. Like to be able to get through our case and make good use of everybody's time. Look, it looks like everybody knew this situation here right now was coming, except for Judge Graff, who, may have suspected it because he's not an idiot. He can read the room and he sees how this case is going and he knows generally, what is going to be presented and stuff. So he can anticipate this was going to be an issue.
Well, thank you, Patrine.
The big challenge, I think, is going to continue to be this major disconnect that we have between Judge Graff and Mr. Novak, where Mr. Novak kind of keeps trying to get the judge to tell him how to do it, and the judge is like, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's exactly
You're
what he's
the guy
trying to do.
with 850 some cases in PACER, okay? You're
Wow.
the guy that's been doing death penalty litigation since the 1990s. Novak knows so much more about this than Judge Graff does. But I really do appreciate so much that attitude from the judge. because we see the alternative, the micromanagers, the Judge Bevs and the Judge Goals, who want to like tell you how you're supposed to be running your case, but they're not in your shoes. They don't know what you know. They don't have the same, you know, same incentives as you do. They don't have the same interests at stake. They don't have the relationship with your client, the duties to your client and stuff like that you do. So a judge being so willing to just be like, you do it your way, you know, you figure it out, kind of a breath of fresh air in many ways for me. To Truth for Liberty. Maybe Tyler is scribbling out a confession note right now. Yeah, just like he was confessing to his lawyers in open court at the first in-person hearing, right? According to the lip readers, just like that. Because of course, like they'd never talked about the case before in the 4 months or so he'd been in jail leading up to that hearing.
So we're going to jump back over to Artie real quick. I just sent him a super chat
Is he
to cause chaos with him.
Can anyone hear Artie? Oh, am I sorry, am I quiet? Hey, we could definitely team up next week, man. Heck yeah, Jay. Thank you for that 5, by the way, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, we can absolutely have a stream next week. I don't see why not at all. I don't think I'm doing anything. What was I? Oh, yeah, no. My wife has a dumb meeting coming up this week, but nothing next week at all. Oh, we should be good. Heck yeah. I'm down, man. Let's see. Should play Rockbox Run, DMC/Van Halen. I didn't know he did a song with DMC.
All right. I just thought that was fun. I just thought it would be fun to harass.
Run.
I just thought it would be fun to harass Artie. Shout out to Artie Trolls. He's doing great work over there. All right, we're going to jump back over to Andrea very quickly, and then court should be back in
session. I won't be able to
session.
play it if I don't know.
It's honestly a little bit of an eye-opener to me, like how many people took that seriously. You know, didn't realize right off the bat that this is so stupid. So stupid. It was really dumb. Loso J30, do they go to voir dire next?
No.
Nobody is likely to be voir dired in this process. You know, there's no jury here. So procedurally, what's going to happen? He's going to make his ruling on probable cause. I mean, not obviously today. At some point when the hearing is concluded, probably I'm guessing in writing. You know, announced on WebEx and so forth. And then Tyler is required to enter his plea. Only
right.
after he's bound over following the preliminary hearing. So he hasn't entered a plea yet. So they will formally arraign him on the indictment if and when he's bound over for trial. Not sure procedurally how it works in Utah, but it's very common to set the trial date at arraignment. It's often not fixed, you know, but it's just a kind of projection, a way to make sure it doesn't like fall off of everybody's radar. You have some kind of like outside thing that at least will, like a tickler, you know, grab your attention to remind you, hey, it's been a year.
Mark your calendar.
Trial yet. But nobody's anticipating this is going to be a fast trial. I guarantee you that. Everybody knows it's going to take a long time. There's going to be a lot of litigation. There's going to be a lot of investigation going on in the background that we're not going to see, but just part of the ordinary preparation of a case for trial. And so they're not even going to be anywhere near voir dire until we're approaching the trial date. And that will be the official beginning of the trial is when they start the jury selection process. So that is still a ways down the road. Harbinger of imminent death. How much of a difference would it make if Mr. Robinson had pockets deep enough to hire whatever lawyers he pleased and fund other legal expenses? We looked at the part of the contract, the defense contract last night that dealt with the experts, and the main difference, there's not a lot of, you know, restriction on this. It's not the situation like it was in Delphi where they had to go hat in hand to the judge that hates them and hates their client and doesn't think he should, thinks that defending the case is stupid, trying to defend the case is like dumb and a waste of time. And so wouldn't give him any money for basic things like a forensic pathologist to review the autopsy, and DNA expert, all that kind of thing. So the defense had to privately crowdfund from the public in order to have a war chest, so to speak, to hire experts for the trial. Absolute insanity. This is not like that at all. The county has very much anticipated in their contract, we already know you're going to need a ton of experts. And so what they have is they have a consultant, a defense attorney consultant,
Crazy.
who will see their requests. And if the consultant decides thinks it's reasonable and necessary for effective assistance, he will recommend that they adopt it. If they don't, then if he doesn't, then they will decline it, and then the defense can go to the court and ask Judge Graff to give them the money. So there's a lot of protections built in that suggest funding experts for the defense is not likely to be as big of an issue as it is in a lot of other cases with a lot of other systems of experts getting funded. As far as the lawyers, quite frankly, if he has a whole bunch of money to hire somebody, he's going to hire somebody a lot worse. He is going to hire somebody with considerably less experience in capital litigation, likely a lot less experience in trials, period, relative to career public defenders who, at least two of these three are. So, a lot of public defenders will absolutely smoke these high-powered private attorneys.
I've heard that,
court
actually.
because they do it so much more.
I've heard that.
They do
I
it
have
so
heard
much
that.
more.
Matter of fact, fun fact,
Of course, it depends on who you.
matter of fact, I have a video coming up this week about the difference between a private attorney and a public defender. Because I've always thought public defenders are like the bottom rung, but there's an attorney online. She's been on the channel before. We've looked at her before. And matter of fact, I did a video about how the jury process works. And we had Melba Pearson explain that. And she also explained, she did a video explaining the difference between a paid attorney and a public defender. Because it doesn't mean, if you get a free public defender, that doesn't mean you're getting the lowest tier, bottom of the rung attorney, which I had kind of always thought. I just thought they were like people who really couldn't get on anywhere else, so that's why they became public defenders. It's actually there's a lot that goes into it, but public defenders usually have a lot of experience in stuff like this, like capital murder. They've done a lot of them, whereas private practice doesn't always do that. So, and yeah, it doesn't make it free either. That's correct. So just because it's quote unquote free to you doesn't mean it's the worst thing possible. And just because you paid for an attorney, they might be high powered, they might wear the nice suits, but they don't do this type of stuff, this type of work that often. So it's a back and forth. This is a really good discussion. I'll bring that video. It'll be popping up next week, so you'll see when it comes up. We are cooking through here. Let's see. Andrea is just going through her supers. And I want to say thank you again to everybody. I really appreciate y'all. This has been a lot of fun. Y'all are keeping it much more lively than yesterday. Yesterday, we were struggling. We was struggling. But I appreciate y'all so much. And if you're just popping in, I need to make DD the stream sponsor, by the way. If you're just popping in, we are on a break right now. And at the current moment, they've been horse trading about a particular video that is might show information or evidence that hasn't been brought into trial as of yet. I mean, that's the skinniest, simplest answer I can give you right at the moment. So there's evidence in a video, and they just want to determine whether or not they're going to do this, read the chat or read it or just play it, whatever. So that's what's going on at the current moment. And they're currently on break. So we're back. Well, they're not back yet, but you got my point. Let's jump back over to Andrea real quick. What you talking about, Andrea? What you saying?
A little bit more of my concern than just the fact that you have a legal background that doesn't have anything to do with my case. So, I mean, there's, you know, there's a lot of different factors, but I think that being like known in the court is probably really the primary. And then after that, it's you know too much. You know too much. You can't put aside your knowledge about the law and process and everything. And then that runs a risk of influencing the jury and stuff like that. I haven't practiced in my local courthouse in quite some time, so I do remain cautiously optimistic that if I were to get the summons and if I were to actually be called, I did get a summons. I want to say it was last fall. It wasn't that long ago. I was like, yes. And so where I am, you get summoned for a 2-week period, and they start the jury trials, you know, on Monday. So you call in, you know, Sunday night, whatever, to find out if you have to come in that week. And I didn't, you know, everything gets resolved and canceled and goes off calendar. So I never got to go in and actually, you know, even get told to go home. But I remain cautiously optimistic that someday it could happen.
Someday, Andrea, someday.
Well, I would say we got a pretty explicit rundown of the timeline, didn't we? The timeline of the arrest and surrender.
Right.
Does this make it clear whether the state and the parties and everything are aware of the internet commentary? Yes, I think they're aware of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're
Definitely
of it.
aware of it.
They did make a point to repeat, not just elicit, but to repeat. Make sure it's clear, just for purposes of clarification. What time did he show up at the Washington County Sheriff's Office? That would have been about 9 o'clock. That would have been about 9 o'clock. Took his phone about 9 o'clock. Well after 7:30 in the Discord messages and so forth, which
There you go.
obviously intimately related to this this issue that we're having right now with are we going to get to see or hear anything relating to Lance Twiggs's interview? Because part of Lance Twiggs's interview is to authenticate those exhibits.
Mhm.
This is where the defense is setting a little bit of a trap here procedurally for the prosecution, because on the one hand, they're saying we can't play the statement from Lance because he's referring to things that aren't in evidence yet. But if we were just offering those things that aren't in evidence, they haven't been authenticated.
That's the
because
point,
Lance
yeah.
authenticates them. So it's like, you know, if you follow the reasoning, then you can't do either. You know, you're stuck in this loop where you can't get the thing in without authenticating it, but you can't authenticate it without getting the thing in. So I wonder if Judge Graff has like anticipated that, because that seems to be a big part, you know, of the defense's objection. But I also expect the judge is going to be respectful and cognizant of the issues the defense has stated vis-a-vis the privacy. And so that could be sticky. The defense or the state, I mean, I can anticipate what this is, right? This is the gender, sexuality, ideology, whatever, you know, kind of stuff. But the state is likely to push back on that because it's part of their case for motive and for the targeting. That's why, because as they said yesterday, they're kind of on opposite sides of this moral position, which manifests in both political and religious kinds of ways. So they're going to want us. They're going to want us to see that or know that. I would expect, or at least the judge. You know, they're going to want the judge to be aware of that. But I can definitely see the judge being a little bit sympathetic to that. Judges like to handle witnesses with kid gloves. The witnesses don't want to be there. They often don't have any choice to be there. We heard that here it was the choice between, Lance, you can sit down and do this recorded interview, or you can be compelled into court by subpoena. Which do you want? He doesn't want to be here. Hopefully that's crystal clear by now. He chose no. I will go have the recorded interview
Why do
in
they
the
give him-
lawyer's office and not have to be here. And
How do they get away with doing that, though? That just seems like, I always thought you had to be a witness in person. I guess not. I guess now I think about it. I guess you're not. Okay.
do this in person.
That's interesting. Okay. Hey,
He's-
thank you so
he's not
much.
enthusiastic about this process, and frankly, that's really.
Thank you for the two. Nova the Great. I appreciate you.
What else did we get?
So I like.
Just for the
Go
heads
ahead,
up. I
Andrea.
mean, for anybody who cares, I've muted on X like every variant of Fed slop that I can come up with. And, like if that's what you have to say is the thought terminating stuff, then we can move on. It's just it doesn't matter. Come up with something better than that, and it's worth my attention. But I don't care about Fed slop, name calling stuff. But I did find it notable when they talked about all of these variety of different agencies involved. But the
There's a
lead
lot
is
of
the SBI. It's a state. It's which I would expect. This is a state prosecution, but it's not even like a Fed case.
I don't think
There's
people
a
care
state.
about that.
But that's not going to matter. That's not the real problem. I guess just the feds being anywhere near this is a problem, even though it was like super awesome that the feds were really near Karen Reed. I don't know. Hard to keep things consistent sometimes. I am already anticipating, because of course there's a lot of to do about Miranda rights and time and so forth, and the previous document. A lot of this is built on the previous document the defense filed with an excerpt of a transcript of him receiving Miranda rights, and it's undated, but it has 6:25, as the time, 6:25 p.m. as the time associated with it, and so that's like part of the argument that he was already in the Washington County Sheriff's Office because he would have been Mirandized. I've already addressed, you don't have to be Mirandized until they are going to interrogate you. This is not TV where they slap on the handcuffs and then dramatically read you your rights. It has nothing to do with arrest. It really doesn't. It's required when you are in custodial interrogation, but custodial doesn't require a formal arrest. It just requires circumstances that are similar to that a person who is being subject to the questioning would be led to think this is kind of, am I under arrest?
Yeah.
Am I free
You
to
under
leave?
arrest now?
So they're looking for how much restraint are you under, not has there been a, formal decision made to place you under arrest or not. So they don't Mirandize you until they are going to interrogate you. But we heard that Agent Davis himself went and spoke. He spoke to the man. Wouldn't that have required Miranda rights? No, he said he got his name and date of birth. This is biographical information. This is a well-established exception to Miranda. Don't have to Mirandize somebody in order to ask them their name and their date of birth. So it would not be required based on this.
So real quick, a lot of you all are asking, why is Candace not on today?
To me,
Personally, I don't
right
think,
here, like
I think she's
sequence of
off
events.
because she knows that this case would be going on during her witching hour, during the time that she's primarily on live stream. This would be still going on during her stream. And she did not want to fight with this case because she knew that she wouldn't be able to keep people's attention while this case was going on, and there would be a lot of back and forth. And she wasn't ready for it. I'll just be honest. She could be in Spain. She could be on a plane. She could be on the other side of the moon. I don't know. But I think the reason she's not on, she could be on vacation. That's fine, even though she's been like 6 vacations since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I do think that, and even while she's in Spain, she's been losing it, right? So you're not getting any rest or relaxation on the Lido deck. You wilding out. So what's the purpose? But back to my point, I think she realizes this would be going on during the prime time that she would be on show, and it's hard for her to she wouldn't be able to keep control of the narrative. And of course, she's homeschooling her children at that time during the day, so she wouldn't be able to prepare, so on and so forth. That's what I believe the narrative that she would spin. But it doesn't matter. I mean, this is proving so many of her narratives false that it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I'm looking up. I mean, news articles are being written about this. By the way, if anybody has access to the Free Press, they wrote an entire article about all of the lies that have been shared. I don't have access to the Free Press though, but if anyone will help a brother out, send it to me, jwitt@jwitt.com. So I think this is going to be very interesting how it teases out. They're moving the cameras, but they're not actually starting. Okay. So back to my point. I think that's one of the reasons why she's off this week, because she knew that this would be going on and she would not be able to contain. And this would break the containment if she was on and her lies were being proven false in real time while she's online. I think it's worse than when we can just go back and look. But if she's actually online trying to defend these false statements that, Tyler Robinson was never there, all these other foolishness that she's put out there in real time and it's right there, I don't think she could really handle that. Now she'll get on X and say whatever, but I just don't think that she would be able to handle it in real time when you're really truly being proven false, because we're looking at it right here, which is crazy work. So that's why, right now they're discussing the whole thing about when did Tyler Robinson, or when did he come in to turn himself in? Well, he turned himself in, but he was not under arrest, so he still had his phone. He was still able to text or whatever it was, Discord, and that's why those messages don't line up with the time that he allegedly was turned in. When he walked in, he didn't just give over his phone. So we see that pretty clearly now. So that's probably another reason why Baron Coleman's not going to say anything, because they're being called out in real time right here, basically in center court. That's my thoughts. What do you think? Comment down below. She admitted through her meltdown that Charlie was shot. Right, but then she's been talking all last week and the week prior about the exploding microphone theory, which is insane. So, yeah, the Tea Party thing was crazy. I can't imagine being on vacation messing with X at all. I can't. I just can't do it. She realized she cannot fight the evidence, agrees she cannot handle the backlash in real time. Thank you so much, Passion for Freedom. That's what I'm saying. That's why I believe she took off. Again, she just took off this week. Really? Really? Just seems like a very convenient time to take off. And she had just been off the week prior when she was in Russia. And 2 weeks before that, she was in Rome. Okay. But she needs people to send money to help support her legal defense fund. But she travels more than any single person I know that's not an NBA basketball player. That's crazy work. There we go. Candace is not on because truth speaks louder than lies. And that is true. That is so true. Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro made her have a meltdown this morning. What did they say? Jeremy Boring and Ben, what did they say? Hit me up, Ruben. Let me know. Hit me in the email. Yeah, she said that the 4th of July was the Boston Tea Party. It was a crazy sentence. I'm like, wait, what are we doing here? They will say Robinson wasn't even on campus. Then the next day, Robinson was bending his knee in the video, so he must not have a gun. They're just all over the place. Jason, I think you hit the nail on the head. She's on full meltdown mode. Yeah, let her melt down. She's flown too close to the sun. I have no idea why they have not gotten started. I thought they had already been started. She has been getting cooked. Why is she on X of all places? That just seems like such a weird. Her social media strategy as a content creator, her social media strategy makes me scratch my head. It makes no sense whatsoever. Like, why are you on X when you clearly have your phone. You have no problem doing shaky cam videos. You got no problem doing the shaky cam video. So why aren't you just doing videos in real time on YouTube. Her strategy makes no sense to me. But a lot of stuff she does makes no sense to me. So I'm just going to leave it alone. Oh. So I'm working on that for Saturday. Please forgive me. I'm working on it for Saturday. I got a list of things that Candace has said, kind of like Milk Bar, but a little less professional than Milk Bar. Things that she said and how they proved them false in court. And at the current moment, I'm at 11. I wanted to get to 12. So I have 11 ideas and things that she's postured out there and then how they've been proven false in court. So Saturday, I'll make sure we'll do that. That'll be something fun we do on Saturday. She can make the most money on X engagement. Really? I don't understand how people make money on X. So if y'all help me out. I don't understand that. Dana Loesch broke it down, Jason. I just tagged, let's see, in Dana's post. Send it to me. Mindy Ann. I'm assuming this is X, right? I'm assuming that's what it is. Did you tag me to it? Oh, somebody's tagged me to some stuff. Bum, 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 bum. What's this one? I'm very interested in people that are saying that there's been no evidence. That is such a weird move. I don't see it. Whoever, Dana Loesch said something. What is Dana saying? All right, let me. All right. All right. I found Dana, but where's this post she said? You said it was this morning? This morning? Oh, I guess this is it. Today's show. That's not long. It's about 15 minutes.
Dana Loesch, and we are here to go on one wild ride. I feel like Willy Wonka inviting you into my little riverboat on the chocolate current here. Come on, come get aboard. And who knows what we'll see. So welcome.
Gosh.
You can find us on channel 347 DirecTV. You can also watch us on YouTube, Facebook. I wouldn't watch us on Rumble because that's a piece of burp. Yeah, I did say it. Rumble is burp.
What?
Anyway.
Rumble is hard, man. Rumble's difficult.
I could expand on this.
Rumble is a very difficult
welcome.
platform.
Here, when we have POTUS over in NATO, talking over in Turkey with NATO, it's a whole other bag of worms that we're going to kick here. I don't know why we're kicking bags of worms, but that's what we're doing. With Turkey, NATO, and all that stuff. We'll get to that here in a little bit. We also have and Lorraine's has been following this every day over at the Stack, right? Chapter and verse. If you want to go and check it out, which I highly encourage you. She's been going through the prelim every day because this is a preliminary hearing. It's not like the trial. They're basically put it in layman's terms, they're figuring out where the boundaries are, right? And determining evidence, et cetera, et cetera. So she's got like the new footage that's up there, all kinds of stuff about this case and the killer. And there was a lot of Podcastistan was really kind of turned on its backside because now in the courtroom, they're talking about actual evidence, not conspiracy theories, but actual like evidence, right? So then this is what I see this morning, and I'm just going to tell you, buckle up. So this is what I see this morning. I saw that my friend Ben Shapiro was trending. I know that there are some people that don't like Ben Shapiro because he's Jewish, and that's really the only reason. They can't really substantiate it. They can't name a single issue with which they disagree with him on. They're just like, well, he's Jewish. Let's be honest, that's it, right? It's like how Thomas Massey says, like the Epstein class. Dude, you literally refused to actually do anything about it except stunt on it, which is one of the reasons why you lost your reelection. Anyway, But I wake up and, and I following all this stuff and I see something starting to trend and I look at it and it's a bunch of idiots who have no idea about standard operating procedure as it pertains to protecting principles. So I know a little bit something about having to have had security teams, not to the level that Ben is required to have it or some other people. But when after Parkland happened, we had to have 24-hour security. I could not even go to Kroger. I could not go to the grocery store.
That's a
without
sin and a
having
shame.
detail with me. We had people breaking into our house. It was insane. Like we literally had people coming to our house with rope and pills, and they were. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you guys don't even know. Some stuff that was they investigated, and we had to get legal, and there was a lot of stuff that happened that I wasn't even at liberty at the time, and in some instances, just to be smart about it, don't take it to air. So I know a little something about this. And there are a lot of really good firms out there, but there are some firms that people go back to more than they do others because those firms have a reputation, they have a full suite of skills, for the lack of a better way to put it, because they're used to dealing with principals, and principals what you call your protectee in so many different situations, right? So Charlie started having to have security absolutely everywhere. And that's a thing, particularly with conservatives. Progressives, they have the luxury of not having other progressives wanting to come and kill them because of wrongthink. So I see now that Gal Sharpton, whose name I am loath to say, because I'm afraid it gives people audible aids, decided that they were going to make a big conspiracy theory out of one of the dumbest things I think I perhaps have ever seen, and that is the security question.
Okay,
So
real quick,
you had
real
Gal
quick.
Sharpton out there who decided.
Hey, good folk, good people. Court should be coming back on. Do y'all want me, green hearts, if you want me to jump back into court? Red hearts if you want me to keep playing this. Because when court comes back on, they're going to be horse trading about the video. Okay, just letting you know. Green hearts if you want to go back to court. Red hearts otherwise.
Caps lock
We'll go back to court
and
eventually.
ask why it took a while for the video of Charlie being shot to go viral. Caps lock. How the hell did Ben Shapiro know that he had been hit within just a few minutes? She said that Ben confessed on his show that while Charlie was being transported to the hospital and bleeding out, his security
Gal
was on the phone. Charlie's
Sharpton.
security
Oh
was
my
receiving
gosh.
updates. And then she asks, how is Ben's security?
I did not know what she meant by Gal Sharpton. Why didn't y'all warn me? I didn't know what she was talking about. Like, who's Gal Sharpton? I did not know. Oh, man, hold on. She got to get this one.
That one there was a violation. Personally, I wouldn't have it.
I was not prepared. I did not get that.
What did he say?
Y'all should have warned me. Why didn't you warn me? I did not know that's what she meant by Gal Sharpton. I love Dana.
Already on the phone with Charlie's security while
I
Charlie
love
was in the
Dana.
car being
Oh my
transported to the
gosh.
hospital. Look back in your phone, see when you find out, blah, 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 blah. Ben Shapiro is evil incarnate. This is just a long-winded way of her saying blank the Jews, because that's really what she wants to say, but she can't. First off, this is one of the dumbest things I have ever read. Hands down. This is dumber than even some of the stuff that Anna Kasparian, whatever the hell her name is,
Dang.
some of the stuff she says, because she started repeating it. The chick who's on the Young Turks that didn't know her co-host, after she goes off on dual citizenship, is literally a dual citizen with Turkey.
Dang.
I just want
Dana.
to sit here and be pretty. I don't actually want to know stuff. Anyway, back to the person who doesn't want to do either. The Gal Sharpton and the race hustling. I'm not surprised to see someone who race hustled with the NAACP continue the hustle and hustle gullible women who need a substitute for their soap operas in the afternoon. I said it, and if you don't like it, you can kiss my backside because it's true and you know it. That's why it stings. So this whole thing about security, let's break this down. First and foremost, how it did not take a while for the video to go. I was on air and I saw it. We were live on air. We saw it seconds after it happened. And everybody else did too. It went viral within minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about.
This idea that no one knew about it for a while, where are you? Everybody knew it the second it happened because it was being live streamed and thousands of people were watching it. That is how everybody knew that it happened right away. So let's just get that to the side. Secondly, let me educate people about how security details work. Security details they have in-ear monitors. I've never worked with a team that did not. They all have ear monitors, they all got radios. They don't have to get on the phone. They're in their ear. That's how it works. It's monitored. They can all talk to each other without having me pick up my phone. It's all in-ear monitor. They can immediately discuss. They talk to each other. That's a real thing. That's how these details work, especially at this level. So here's the other thing about that.
Put Gal
You
Sharpton
are
in
in
the
a
chat.
situation where you have no idea if there's one threat or multiple threats. You have no clue. You know you got to get out. Evac, get out. Control entrance and exits, get out. Immediately, people are on, they're immediately talking to their firm. Who do you think clears the hospitals? Who do you think clears the roadways? Who do you think notifies other police? It's like having a little phone in your ear. That's how this works. I cannot believe that I have to break it down to the retarded level. I have to break this down. So these race hustling, grifting progressives like Gal Sharpton, who's hustling all of you, gets it. So
Please
they
put
have
Gal
no
Sharpton in
idea
the
where
chat.
the other threats are. They have
Right,
no
right.
idea if other people are being targeted. Is it organized? Is it limited to just this? Is this something that expands to other areas? Firms talk, and a lot of people have the same firms. Gal Sharpton has the same security firm as Ben Shapiro. Was she in on it? Because her security team knew. Was she in on it? Did Gal Sharpton kill Charlie Kirk? Did she help plan it? Did she know? Was it so George Farmer, her gay husband, could take over the organization? I mean, we're just asking questions. So, security details, they talk to each other. Not verbatim picking up the phone, we're on the phone with each other. They're in their in-ears, they're talking to each other, their firms talk to each other, and they give a courtesy. They give you a courteous heads up. You don't think for 1 second that these security details aren't going to go, oh my gosh, is this limited to just this situation? This was a high-vis shot on a highly visible principal. Let's reach out to other people that we know that are either having the same firm or firms that know each other. I know for a fact because I've had my detail talk to other security firms, especially the night that we had a progressive try to break into my home to kill me. I know for a fact because other people that I worked with had to be notified. People who did similar work had to be notified. That's how this works. And what is happening right now is you have these race hustlers that are trying to hustle now in a new way to make money. They're trying to exploit your lack of understanding. You're not stupid. You're just not in a position where you know this stuff. And God love you for not being ever in a position where you have to know this stuff. But they are exploiting and preying upon your lack of familiarity with this to try to make you believe that there's a conspiracy so they can cash checks. That's whorish behavior.
Tell us how you really feel,
So-
Dana. Don't hold back, Dana.
They were not calling each other on the phone and gossiping like that. Everybody's in their in-ear. They're talking. That's how security works. This is how this works. This is standard operating procedure. And they want to hustle an entire group of people into thinking that security teams don't talk, especially when you're dealing with threats that are not yet identified. Bottom line. And then going after Ben for some reason.
We know
and
why.
then you have Anna Caspary, or whatever the hell her name is. Someone explained to me why, during the minutes while Charlie was dying in the backseat of a car, his team was providing updates to Ben Shapiro's team instead of focusing on saving Charlie's life. I mean, this is super weird. She's right. No, she's not, and neither are you. None of this is surprising. It's only surprising that some people are so limited in their thinking that they do not comprehend that when highly visible conservatives start getting shot to death by progressives, that their security teams make other principals aware. Why is Gal Sharpton so hell-bent on freeing Charlie's killer? Why is she so hell-bent on excusing progressives from killing conservatives? I mean, granted, she started out as a leftist literal race hustler, going after white students because she's a racist, trying to hustle them back. Now she found a new hustle. I mean, the progressive never leaves you. No, this is absolute ignorance. And this is how this works. Teams of other principals make those teams aware. It's a courtesy. Especially when you're in, think about this. How many times at that point had Trump been shot at? How many other times have conservatives been targeted? You don't think that teams are going to reach out to other teams, firms especially? And again, she has the same exact security firm as Ben Shapiro. So was she in on it? Did she know? Do you realize how stupid it is going after him, not like factoring in that you use the same firm? You're literally using the same security firm and you go after him while also apparently, I guess you indict yourself. Maybe if you thought a little bit more ahead about this, you could have been better at it. I'm so done with this nonsense. And I'm so done with the idiots that are buying into this. And I'm so done with the spineless Fox News rejects who sit on their skinny asses and look into the camera and act like, no, you can come to us. We're going to bring you day-to-day stuff about the trial. STFU. No one wants to hear it. Because no one trusts you. No one believes you. You have no credit here. You take that welfare card back. We don't want it. Making a mockery of someone's murder, someone that we knew. Because you want a fat wallet. You know, it's Gal Sharpton for a reason. No, this is the real story of this. Now, here's the real question. Why do these people want to help Charlie's murderer? Why are they hell-bent on trying to get his wife killed and trying to incite violence against his wife and children? Why are they so interested in a hostile takeover of an organization that they only were involved with for a split second when that organization made them who they are? And by the way, any of you fake ass hustlers, you are welcome to come on my show and have a conversation about it. It's not going to go well for you. But my door's open. I'm not going to run from you cowards like you run from everybody else. I'm not going to be like Tucker. You know, I invited Tucker to come on the show, and he absolutely refused. He wanted to argue with me in text. And he's not the only one.
She said Gal Sharpton is still killing me.
I'm almost at the point where I'm about to name and shame.
Do it.
I've been
Don't play
trying
no
to be
games.
classy, and I've been trying to be New Testament about it, but y'all are testing me now. I'm done with this. So any of you rats, you want to come on, the door's wide open. It won't go well for you. But I dare you to try. I dare you. Let's see if you're strong enough and smart enough to take my offer.
Dana wasn't playing games. Dana said, I'm about to hurt your feelings. Shout out to Dana Loesch. Okay, well, there we go. I like Dana. I had not heard that. Thank y'all so much for recommending that. All right, they still haven't come back to court. How long has it been, y'all? It's been a hot minute. How long has it been? It's been better than 40 minutes, I think. Definitely 30. We're still looking at the screen. Just so you know. Yeah, Dana, don't even play games. At this stage, just go name names. Thank you very much for that, Mindy Ann. Thank you so much. Lash? Oh, that's how she pronounces it? Okay. It's been an hour and away, for real? Wow. Lash. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they're about to close. Yeah, they're gonna close it. Yeah. Oh, here they go. They're back.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and all parties, I appreciate your patience. Sometimes it takes time to save time, and so that was the intent of this court in addressing what is before this court as it relates to State's Exhibit 16.
Greenheart's in the chat, and you can hear.
Counsel, this time I've taken time to look at the video anew, also reviewing what Mr. Novak submitted, the redactions requested, and reviewing all parts of it in great detail. All right, I want to address the objections before me, and starting with Mr. Novak made a hearsay objection as it relates to Mr. McBride, and the court agrees, it is hearsay. At the same time, I'm only going to consider Mr. McBride's statements to provide context for the things that Lance Twiggs says and for their effects on Lance Twiggs. And as such, the hearsay objection as it relates to the statements of Mr. McBride in State's Exhibit 16 is overruled. Turning to relevance as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. And I agree in part and disagree in part as it relates to this objection. So there are portions of the transcript, or I say transcript, but what I really mean is State's Exhibit 16. And I appreciate the transcript. I found that to be helpful. It's a lot faster than trying to like scroll. And so I appreciate that being provided. It was helpful to the court. And to be fair, I found it to be a true and accurate representation of the actual recording. So did I listen to every word and compare it? No, but from what I reviewed, I did not find any inconsistencies, just to put it on the record so there's no misunderstanding. But there are portions of the transcript, State's Exhibit 16, which relevance is still not clear to me. However, as the magistrate, I am able to distinguish between what is relevant to a probable cause determination and what is not. And what I take into consideration when I make my ultimate decision about probable cause, I will not take into consideration what is not relevant. So that is a constant balancing and evaluation I'm making throughout this hearing. And after this hearing, my intent is to review everything again, to be thorough. This is not a case where I'm going to be shooting from the hip in making that determination, because this is an important determination. So I will take the necessary time as is required and is as necessary to ensure that the constitutional rights of all parties are upheld. So as I'm making determinations, where I land is pages 19 and 20 of the transcript as it relates to State Exhibit 16 may contain irrelevant information, but I will reserve whether I consider those portions until I've heard the rest of the state's evidence. Therefore, as it relates to relevance, that ruling is reserved. Now, turning to the other objection, which is Rule 403, prejudice. As I am acting as a magistrate, I do not have the same concerns that my decision will be influenced by undue prejudice as that of a jury. Therefore, for purposes of admissibility, the defendant's objection is overruled. Even so, there are portions of this transcript, and again, State's Exhibit 16, that may not be admissible at trial and whose relevance I have not yet determined. In the abundance of caution and to protect the jury pool, the potential jury pool, from hearing potentially inadmissible evidence, I'm ordering that the audio cannot be published in the courtroom or on camera from page 19, timestamp 3255, until timestamp 3548. In other words, the state may publish the audio for all portions of the interview other than that one portion. And when I say audio, I mean audio and video, so both. I recognize there's approximately only 1 minute after 3548 The state can fast forward to that point for, it's an approximate 1 minute and 12 seconds, or may take the time to redact the video as they see fit. So where I'm landing today is up until from the beginning until that page 19, 3255, that portion I am ruling is admissible and may be published. Again, if the state wishes that last minute and 12 seconds to be played, they can either take the time tonight to redact what the court is not going to allow to be published. And I wish to differentiate. I'm considering it all. But for publication purposes, that portion is not going to be permitted to be played in the courtroom.
Your Honor, would you state those times again that you are ordering not to be published? I've got 3255 to 3548.
Right. Those are the two timestamps for that. And I hope that's helpful as both parties are trying to review on the transcript and State's Exhibit 16.
And that's from 3255 to 3548.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Is not publishable in the courtroom or on to be broadcast. Finally, I want to recognize both parties wanted the benefit of the record to be more specific in their arguments concerning their objections. So if those arguments pertain to timestamp 3255 through timestamp 3548, I'm willing to allow you to do that in a closed hearing. Please be mindful of the time and keep your argument succinct. With that in mind, do the parties have any arguments they feel I have not considered in my ruling that require a closed hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. And so I'm just going to tell the court what I think the general nature of that is without getting into the details, because I do think a closed hearing is appropriate. Setting aside the 1102 issue and objections, there are statements in this video by Mr. Twiggs attributed to Mr. Robinson. Okay? Mr. Robinson said. There are two other exhibits, which I've said before, I'm confident the state will offer, which Mr. Twiggs says in this video, those are statements by Mr. Robinson. Okay? I will acknowledge that separate and apart from 1102, the statements of a party opponent are admissible if relevant. In fact, they're not even hearsay, right? They're excluded from the hearsay rule. But the question is whether statements of Mr. Robinson of the nature that I'm referring to can be published, not considered by the court, but published without violating Mr. Robinson's 14th Amendment due process rights. And it is our view, as we have said in our earlier papers, that the answer is no. Publication, especially in the way this proceeding is being published, would violate Mr. Robinson's due process rights under the 14th Amendment. We previously cited, and the reason why I'm saying this again is not to reiterate something just because if you say it twice, it means something different, but because my colleagues have suggested that maybe my argument earlier was not clear enough. And so I want to make sure it is clear so that the court makes a decision based on the arguments of counsel. The United States Supreme Court said in Estes, E-S-T-E-S versus Texas, 381 U.S. 532, the following. In Rideau versus Louisiana, and that's R-I-D-E-A-U, this court constructed a rule that the televising of a defendant in the act of confessing to a crime was inherently invalid under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, even without a showing of prejudice or a demonstration of the nexus between the televised confession and the trial. I am not calling the statements of Mr. Robinson confessions, but that is what the state will call them. And so there are portions of this exhibit and the other exhibits that I've referred to which implicate Mr. Robinson's right not to have what the state calls a confession televised. This court has authorized the televising of this proceeding. And there are reporters in this courtroom who will go outside and speak on what we used to call television. That opinion was from the 60s. Now we have other forms of technology, but I'm just going to use what the Supreme Court says because it's the Supreme Court. So we are very concerned that the publication beyond this court's eyes of what the state will call confessions at trial violates Mr. Robinson's due process rights right here and now today. And I know that we said that before in the litigation, but now we're exhibit specific. If I haven't been clear about the argument, I want to make sure I'm clear about it, because the court's decision to allow this video to be televised and the other two exhibits to be shown to the camera in the back of the courtroom is exactly what the Supreme Court says violates the 14th Amendment.
So, and I appreciate that clarity, and perhaps, again, if you want to go into closed hearing, we can do so, or if you want to refer to the pages. So I want to know exactly what you're referring to, whether it's in that 3255 through 3548, which is being excluded, or is it in the
It is
court?
not. It is earlier, and it's also the two other anticipated exhibits. So we may as well deal with all of it at the same time. It's probably easier to do it in a closed proceeding because nobody has to be obtuse. I don't have to be obtuse in order to protect my client's rights.
No, I appreciate that. And it actually prompts, in order for me to get to that, I do want to ask the state, are you intending to introduce the text messages as an exhibit in this proceeding, the preliminary hearing?
Yes, Judge, we will be attempting to and moving for the admission of the text thread, the Discord thread, and I think, and the note that is referenced in Mr. Twiggs 1102.
All right, and let me take one step at a time, just for clarity. And again, Mr. Novak, I really do appreciate you being so precise. It's helping me parse it out so we can address it, because it's important, and I recognize that you're advocating for your client, and so I want to give it its due time. The text messages, from my understanding, and either side weigh in, my understanding that those were released to the public months ago in their entirety.
Judge, if I may, they were not released in their entirety. Portions of them were placed into the charging document, the information that supported, in part, the charges that the state has filed. We did not put the entirety of them in. And now we wish to publish more of them than were included in the charging document.
I see. For some reason, I thought it was as part of an exhibit for a motion, but Mr. Novak, I'm not sure if that's ringing any bells.
I'm aware of the issue that the court is commenting on. I think the state needs to account for its decision to publish text messages that directly implicate the Supreme Court law that we're talking about. And don't want to pretend that I can anticipate what the court's concerns are, but that doesn't cure republication on television of what the state will call a confession in this proceeding. So in other words, this is not like, oh, the cat's out of the bag or the barn door's open. This is another opportunity to violate Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights. And I'm not at all suggesting that somebody is intending to do that, certainly not the court, and I'm confident that the state's counsel would never intend to do that, but that would be the consequence of further televising what the state refers to as previously referred to as confessions and certainly would refer to here in this proceeding as confessions, we are so acknowledging that they are statements of a party. We have not filed anything in this case that publicizes the text messages, the Discord chat, the note which Ms. Hunt is mentioning, and now that Ms. Hunt has said that, yes, we want this note to be presented into evidence, and the court knows what this note is because the court's now watched the video. That's another piece of the same problem. So this is all simplified by the court being extra cautious about Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights, considering these exhibits to the extent the court deems that they're admissible and portions of them are relevant, and not further televising them in this proceeding in a manner which we think is inconsistent with what the Supreme Court said in Estes v. Texas.
All right. I appreciate that, Mr. Novak. Ms. Hunt, would you like to respond? Because I understand what Mr. Novak's saying, and there may be a 403 issue as well as it relates to this, and I'm not going to pretend to read your mind, but because I can't do that. All right, Ms. Hunt.
Just to clarify,
Y'all
for the
wild.
record in the court, the state's position is that we would like the audio played. The audio may be captured by the cameras in the state's position, but we never intended to visually put them on the monitors such that cameras can capture them and pause or get the actual exhibits, substances of the exhibits. I believe that was the media's position, if I remember correctly, is that they want everything audio and visually displayed, but the state's position is we just want the audio played.
Right, but what's so I'm just focused on 16 right now.
Okay, yes, and that's the state's position with regards to Exhibit 16.
All right, so help me understand, what's the difference if the audio's played or the video's played on what the court is identifying is, well, first of all, 16 is admitted, so that threshold has been met, but we're dealing with the publication in regards to what is publicized, because this is going to Mr. Novak's argument about publicizing that is different than the court simply reviewing it in its own privacy. I don't want to misstate your argument, but I believe that was one of the distinctions you made.
The distinction that Ms. Hunt is drawing is, I think, what people call a distinction without a difference. It doesn't matter whether it's audio or video, and it doesn't matter whether it's on a television or on the internet or on the radio. It's going to be broadcast. And so it doesn't really matter whether it's audio or video. And it's actually not Mr. Robinson's video, it's Mr. Twiggs' video. And when the court mentioned 403, yes, I think the court did accurately read my mind, which is fine with me, but it's unfair prejudice of a constitutional dimension, and 403 is a rule of evidence.
All right, so Ms. Hunt, as it relates to that publication, help me understand whether it's audio or video. What's the difference there? Help me understand that.
I disagree that it's a distinction without a difference. As we've discussed prior in this hearing, UCJA Rule 4-202.02 sub 2 sub J states that exhibits are presumed to be public court records, and it does give the court discretion to regulate access when necessary to protect the integrity of the exhibit or ensure a fair trial. So I do want to recognize that. But that discretion should be exercised narrowly, as we've talked about before with publication regarding this case. What the state is proposing, we believe, is a narrowly tailored accommodation. We don't want to display the full exhibits. Obviously, within state's Exhibit 16, the video of Lance Twiggs, he is shown, and it can be seen, exhibits that the state will then in the future, move to admit 16.1, 16.2, the text threads, the Discord threads. So we're thinking that if it's displayed visually, what the cameras will be able to do is pause that, duplicate them, replicate them, essentially have access to those exhibits. What we're trying to do, and maybe they can do the same thing with I'm sure Mr. Novak will say they'll do the same thing with the audio. But hearing the tone, the context, all of that, that's why the state chose to do, we could have done a written 1102 statement from Mr. Twiggs. We chose to do, as is allowed by 1102, we chose to do a recording because that's how the state is choosing to present this evidence. We believe that the appearance or the tone, the context, hearing Mr. Twiggs actually talk and talk through these exhibits, talk through his experience is a meaningful way of presenting our evidence. And so that's the difference we're seeing.
I see.
Obviously, it's up to the court's discretion on how publication is to be made here. We've made our arguments generally about that issue, and we'll submit it to the court. Our prime issue is that the exhibits be admitted into the record, that the court consider them as part of the preliminary hearing standard and bind over, but we'll submit it to the court on publication. But that's the state's position.
All right, Mr. Novak.
I learned a long time ago that when the opposing party says, Your Honor, we're submitting on it, there's a suggestion that maybe the court is going to make a ruling which doesn't require more evidence, more argument from me. But I am going to say that it is fair for Ms. Hunt to say, Your Honor, we wanted the court to see the witness and hear the witness so that the court could make reliability determinations. Because as Your Honor has said, that's really up to you. That's a different issue from the constitutional consequences of electronically publishing what the state will call a confession. Now, I've changed the word from television to electronically publishing because I'm trying to be in the 21st century, and the Supreme Court used that word in 1963. Sure. Citation
He done
to
lost his own train of thought.
state standards for what is or is not a public document are not the issue. There's a constitutional issue here. And I think that the court has already heard from me at least 3 times about what we think the court should do here. It's a preliminary hearing. It's not a jury trial. There may be a jury trial in the future at which we have to voir dire on yet another issue, which is whether potential jurors were exposed to media replaying of what the state called a confession. That's exactly what was structural error. There was no prejudice question in Rideau versus Louisiana, and that's why in Estes v. Texas, the Supreme Court said, we have a rule. You can't televise what a prosecutor calls a confession before trial. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate both parties advocating and arguing. It's helpful for the court. All right, so in taking into consideration the argument, which again, I appreciate the parties articulating, the further edits that the court is going to require to be redacted starting on page 8, and I apologize, I don't have a timestamp. Starting on page 8, and, sorry, I'm just trying to. Sorry, it's starting on page 7, right after, is that at 8? Well, let's start. Starting on page 6. Well, let me go back here.
He keeps going back. He's going to be on page 0 in a second. Starting on the cover page. Starting on the table of contents.
Starting on page 6, after 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Going to 20 minutes and 27 seconds. For reasons such as 403, under Rule 403. And again, this is simply for publication. This is not taking out what the court will consider. The court is considering the entirety of State's Exhibit 16, but the court is trying to take a narrow approach in recognizing and balancing transparency with constitutional rights, and doing so in such a manner that it is meaningful and doesn't diminish the court's duty as a magistrate under the probable cause determination. All right.
State those times again, Your Honor.
6:56 until right, the line before 2027. Or 2027, just so, until 2027. Is that? And then and then what the court indicated previously from.
Bro, this is painful.
3255 until 3548.
And I apologize, Judge, just to clarify, these timestamps that you just gave, the 3255 to 3548 and 656 to 2027, those are just not being published, but they have been admitted for Your Honor's consideration.
Right, so kind of going through my three-step process. Exhibit 16 is an entirety, not the transcript, but because the exhibit is not the transcript. The exhibit is the video. That has been admitted in its entirety for the court's determination as it relates to this case. So what I'm talking about here is this is only what will be published in the courtroom and and captured by the video is the differentiation. So what's being redacted, for the lack of a better word, or cut out is what's going to be published in the courtroom, not what the court's going to consider. The court's considering it in its entirety. The court's not going to redact anything in here. It's going to make its own determinations in regards to relevance and everything that Mr.
Novak.
Everything that Mr. Novak noted.
Everybody
I'm
glitching.
taking that
Everybody
into
glitching.
consideration and making those determinations, which the court will do again, because this is not something you do watch once and then make your decision. This requires analysis, and the court is committed to doing that. But hopefully that gives you an idea of where, as it relates to publication.
Yes, thank you.
All right, to the media.
Oh, man, the media about to come up here. Oh,
Your
Lord
Honor,
have
I
mercy.
know how much time the court's already dedicated to considering this, and I appreciate the additional time being afforded the media. There's just two additional things that I wanted to mention to the court. I do want to reiterate the point that I made before about the fact that if this is, in fact, a key consideration that the court is entering into when trying to make the determination that it is going to make at the conclusion of this hearing, Utah case law, including the Archuleta case, that the defense has referred to over and over again, stresses that the same considerations that urge for access to a preliminary hearing itself, allowing the proceedings to be televised, allowing people to be in the courtroom, also advocate for access to documents on which the court bases its ruling. Disclosing documents used, this is from Archuleta on page 238 to 239. Disclosing documents used by courts in reaching a decision in a preliminary hearing will discourage decisions based on improper means and will promote conscientious performance by all officials involved in the criminal justice system. Therefore, providing a presumptive right of access to documents filed in connection with preliminary hearings can play a significant positive role in the functioning of that process. I want to reiterate the belief that providing access to the documents on which the court bases its decision in this proceeding is critical. Second thing that I do want to mention, because the court referred to it before, is the fact that without going into the content of the interview itself, I understand from the arguments being made today that many of these references are to text messages. Again, the public doesn't yet have access to that. But I do believe that the documents filed in this case, including the information that was filed days after this, contain many, if not all, of the text messages that are now at issue that are going to be kept from the public in this proceeding. I know the court in previous occasions has said, if this information is in the public already, I shouldn't be in the business of trying to now keep that from the public for two reasons. One, it's already out there. Second, it suggests to the public that something else lurks in there, something else is being kept from them that isn't. And so not only does it run counter to the idea that of transparency generally, but it seems to suggest that there is something embedded in there that the public doesn't already have access to when the court denies access to materials in a proceeding like this that are already public. And so I again, recognizing how much time the court has already invested in this, I believe it's wise, and I believe it would help avoid potentially making a mistake that the court later on then thought, oh, I wish someone had brought that to my attention, to check whether or not any of the materials that are now under consideration to be withheld from the public are actually already in the public's domain because they are part of the information and probable cause statements that were filed at the outset of this case. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you. And, all right, counsel, if you would like to state your name.
Oh, no, who's this?
Your Honor, Jeffrey Nyman on behalf of the Kirk family.
What?
I've been very hesitant to speak up at these proceedings. We understand it's the state, the defense, and the judge. You're all doing your job. But I feel as if we need to. I want to be clear as to what the Kirk's family's position is on all of this. The Kirk family believes strongly that if the evidence is being admitted in this preliminary hearing, it should be made public for the world to see. No redactions. This court has tools at its tools at its disposal to make sure the defendant receives a fair trial. You'll use them if you find that you need to.
Oh.
That's it, Your Honor. To not be transparent here, to not be open, to not let the world see what happened, will create doubt and distrust in the judicial system. And that's not what anybody wants. That's not what any of us believe should happen here. And we'd ask the court to consider the position of the family.
I give him an air horn for that, y'all.
Thank you.
I gotta give him an air horn for that when I find it.
Before I issue my final ruling to clarify what's been stated, just so it's clear to all parties.
That was a good one. That was good.
And your mic's muted.
Oh, Novak, sit down, man. Just sit down.
We just want to say that we totally
We don't care.
respect Ms. Kirk's position in this situation, as well stated by her counsel.
Sit down.
Media counsel's suggestion that because the state, in our view, improperly disclosed what the state is going to call a confession in charging documents does not mean that this court can just let it go. This has been the most transparent criminal proceeding I've ever been involved in, and I am sure it will continue to be transparent. But there are some things which the Supreme Court has said the public has to wait for the jury trial in order to hear evidence, because the number one preeminent question is how do we protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial? And with all due respect to the Kirk family, and with all due respect to the media, and with all due respect to the public, the number one concern in this proceeding
that's not going to go well.
is Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, which means a jury which has not been exposed before it's in this courtroom, under this court's supervision, with this court's guidance, to pretrial information of this nature.
That's not going to go
I do
well.
have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Novak, returning to the Estes case. It's an important point. I want to make sure I fully understand it before I issue my final ruling. My understanding is Estes cited to a dissenting opinion in Rideau.
Rideau, yes.
Rideau, my French is bad.
Mine too.
That constructed a rule that publicizing a confession runs afoul of the 14th Amendment. But that didn't appear to be the holding. It was, the opinion talked about coerced confessions being put out to the public. Could you cite two Estes that supports?
The portion that the court is looking at is exactly what I would read to the court. It says, we constructed a rule. Now, I understand there's a parentheses there where it refers to a dissenting opinion in Rideau, because I think that was a case where there were multiple opinions. And we all understand how complicated it is to figure out what comes out of a Supreme Court opinion when there are multiple concurring and dissenting opinions. But what the court says in Estes is that televising, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, televising what the prosecution calls a confession de facto violates a defendant's 14th Amendment right to due process without a prejudice analysis, without even looking at what happened in the trial vis-a-vis that earlier televised analysis. So yes, we could go down what lawyers like to do, we could go down the rabbit hole of what were all the different opinions in Rideau and why is Estes citing to a dissenting justice. But what Estes said is we constructed a rule. It's not a reference to a dissenting opinion. And I think when the Supreme Court says we have a rule, we should just take it at face value that that's the rule. I understand what's in parentheses there is a little confusing, but what the Supreme Court is saying in Estes is we have a rule.
No, we can't
If I
do
may
that.
have one moment.
Oh, no. Not another moment. Oh, mercy. Oh, he had to go get his computer. No, we in trouble, y'all. We going down, y'all. That's basically what he's doing. He's saying, look, we want to redact anything that he's trying to get everything out. He wants Lance Twiggs to be there in court. That's what he wants.
Estes' opinion was written by Justice Clark. There was a concurrence by Chief Justice Warren, Mr. Justice Douglas, Mr. Justice Goldberg, and then there were dissents by Justices Stewart, Black, Brennan, and White. So we could spend some time
don't need to spend no more time.
deconstructing that, but it's a 5-4 opinion of the United States Supreme Court saying what rule they adopted in Rideau versus Louisiana. It's a 5-4 opinion. And I would have to sit down with the cases, just like Your Honor probably is wishing it had time to do right now. The court had time to do right now, but it's a 5-4 opinion of the United States Supreme Court saying what the holding in Rudeau is.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that guidance, Mr. Novak. So taking into consideration all the factors, the previous edits, starting at, I believe I said, starting at 6 minutes and 56 seconds, going to (20 minutes and 27 seconds. Does that comport what I previously said?
Yes.
All right. And then the other edit is from 32:55 until 35:48. Does that comport with what I previously said?
Sure.
And then from 35:48 to the remainder 37 can be included. So there is that gap, but that can be included. And part of the reason in responding to the media, and it's an important point, and to the representative for victim representative Erica Kirk, is I recognize the importance of transparency. I also recognize the importance of balancing constitutional rights, and it is a fine line. One of the reasons why for these edits includes, under my analysis, under 403, going to the last part, needlessly presenting cumulative evidence, and based off the representation of the state that the text messages may be introduced, the court is ruling that this may be revisited in case that doesn't happen. But to throw back the curtain, much of this is the text messages, to be clear. And again, all of this is going to be considered by the court. I'm balancing all these competing rules, the constitutional rights, as well as transparency. And sometimes it is an imperfect balancing act, but I'm trying to act in the interest of justice in making this balancing act, and for transparency to actually be transparent. And so that is the ruling of the court as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. Turning to the state, do you wish to make the edits as identified by the court and play it tomorrow to publish it, or do you wish to go a different route?
I think just to make sure that we are completely in line with the court's ruling, I think we would like to take the evening to make sure the edits are all correct and start out tomorrow by playing it.
And if you wouldn't mind, when you have that final copy, if you could send it to defense to review to us to form, just to make sure it comports with the timestamps that the court has identified. And I know this has been a long conversation, but I just want to make sure everyone understands, okay, this is what the court said, and we're all on the same page, that what is before that's being presented reflects that. So not downing the state, simply allowing everyone to review it before it is introduced into court.
Absolutely, we will do that.
All right. On this issue, anything further?
This exhibit, none.
All right. Well, Ms. Hunt, let us move forward. Being that you indicated that you're going to prepare this for tomorrow, how would we like to proceed for the remainder of our time together?
We're going to have just a moment.
Of course.
Wow.
And I know the state's engaged, but if someone could send a copy of that to the court after it's been reviewed by counsel, so the court can review it to double check that it comports with what I said, to make sure that it reflects what I was intending to reflect. That way we can save time as well. Thank you.
All right, I don't know where I'm lost on where we are, y'all. I ain't gonna
Judge,
lie.
it's the state's position that we close for today, come back once those edits have been made. We can start tomorrow with that and proceed. from there.
Wow.
All right. Any opposition from defense?
No, Your Honor. I do want to point out that there is one additional exhibit which we think the state will offer through Mr. Davis. I'm sorry, Agent Davis. Agent Davis. As to which we proposed redactions. It's 5 screenshots of Mr. Twiggs's phone. It's not a 25-page transcript. I'm not suggesting that we should argue about that now, but I'm just making the court aware of that. It's a much simpler
Make us aware of it, brother. Make us aware.
exercise. It's not nearly as complicated. I think that's the only one where we proposed other redactions. But the publication question still remains as to all of the asserted statements by Mr. Robinson. So it's according to Mr. Twiggs, according to the text messages, according to the Discord, and the note. All of that is part of the SD's issue. And I just want the court to be aware of that. And I understand it's hard because the court doesn't have all those exhibits in front of it. But I just want the court to understand. I think that all of the argument that we've had with respect to the transcript sort of lays the foundation for the legal issues, but it's going to come up with respect to those exhibits as well. And the comments that the court made about 403, I understand it with respect to relevance and admissibility, but I'm not sure how 403 applies to the televising of statements that the prosecution will call confessions. So maybe that's something.
It was a different prong that I was addressing.
Good, okay.
The duplicative part or cumulative part as it relates to the text messages, and that's why I reserved that if it doesn't come in, then it can be revisited to the redactions that's made public.
For evidentiary purposes as opposed to for publication purposes.
Right.
Understood.
Right.
But if the court wants to recess, we have no problem with that.
And so just going to your point, and again, trying to maximize our efficiency, given your arguments, which you articulated well, would you mind perhaps preparing a memorandum or a short brief that can help us move forward? Because I want to look at in detail what you're citing to. It's difficult on the fly to jump into SDs and go to a portion, and I want to give your argument full consideration. It's a suggestion if you can. I know you're extremely busy, but it may be helpful if you choose to. If you choose not to, I will certainly allow the time for argument. I just want to make sure I'm fully up to speed as opposed to trying to shoot from the hip there.
When the court says, I'd like to know which exhibits and what the legal issues are ahead of time, so that at 9 a.m., the court has already had an opportunity to understand what's coming, we're happy to do that. And I'll try to get something to the court by 8 a.m.
I appreciate that. Thank
No
you, Mr. Novak. And if you wouldn't mind, obviously, sending a copy to the state as well.
Of
so
course,
it's not
of course.
ex parte. All right.
So, is the court referring to a formal filing?
No, just if you
A bench
want
memo.
a bench memo, and that all sides can have a take a look at, just to prepare, again, in light of efficiency and trying to maximize our time and give as much weight and time to addressing these issues fully, as opposed to trying to hit them at the moment and doing a deep dive when it's a little bit more difficult. So
happy to do so.
If you'd like to, I would entertain that to the state. If you want to confer and talk to see where you are and want to do the same, certainly you are entitled to do so as well.
I think we plan on doing that. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. Is there anything else for this afternoon?
Not from the state.
All right. To defense.
No, thank you very much for your time, Your Honor.
All right. Court will be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
Wow. Okay, I had to say that was not good. I thought it was going to be better today. Wow. Hey, I love that Kurt's attorney got up there. Absolutely. He changed the whole complexity of the game. And I don't think it sounded good for Novak to say the most important thing is Tyler Robinson. I really think that really did not read the room well. He could have let that one slide. He could have just not said anything. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I don't think anything you're right. This one right here. Shout out to SC Dog. I don't think anything got accomplished today. We met the witness, what's his name? Brian Daniels. We met him, but that was it. What does Jana say here? Thank you so much for the 10. She says, Tyler's defendant rights irritates me because he didn't consider Charlie's right to live when he pulled the trigger. I mean, no lie detected. Now, I understand. In theory and in the court, he is innocent until proven guilty. I understand that. And in the court, he can be innocent until proven guilty. But I think we all know. And I think, personally, this is what I think is happening. Because Novak is not a chump. He is, like, people say, like, he's got 900 cases under his belt. So he's done this a couple times. I personally believe he's doing everything under the sun to get that transcript and the video of Lance Twiggs' testimony thrown out because he wants to get Lance Twiggs in the courtroom, or Lance Twiggs is not available, so none of what he said matters. That's what I think he's trying to do. And it's just he's doing a long game. He's doing a long game. Kind of like your kids start begging you for something on the weekend, but it's Tuesday. And they're trying to clean their room. They're putting it out there like, we want to go to Disney World on Saturday. Oh, look, there's Disney's having a sale, Mom. Isn't that interesting, Dad? And they're just trying to just work their way to it so that Saturday morning you wake up and take them to the amusement park. You take them to the toy store. You buy them the video game or whatever. And I think that's what he's trying to do. He did it yesterday. They did it yesterday with the DNA. Now they're working on the Lance Twiggs. Tomorrow will be something else. Well, tomorrow I guess it'll still be on Lance Twiggs because they're still talking about it. Oh, my gosh. All right, Gary is on the Jeremy Boring Show. Shout out to Gary, man. Gary is a great guy. I've got to get ready I see him over here.
Leave.
All
When
right.
it comes to the first stop sign, we're going to put somebody out there to make them stop, and then we're going to shoot up the car. Like, that could have happened. They weren't using armored vehicles. We could have exploited this 1,000 different ways. And they say, he had access to the roof. Well, if he didn't have access to the roof, I've been to UVU.
All right, so shout out. Here, I'm going to drop the link to this, y'all. Go over there and let's check out Jeremy Boring and make sure we support him. I'm going to be back at 8 o'clock because I have Johnny Walker Dredd coming on. We're going to be talking about the Carmelo Anthony case. Novak went to the School of ADA Love of Law. Remember how she was in the YSL trial? You are 100% correct, SC Dog. You're right on the button. And that's exactly what he's doing. But I think he's more prepared than her. I do think he's more prepared than ADA Love, though. Y'all go over there and check out Jeremy. Get back over here at 8 o'clock. I got to make sure the kids get something to eat. And I need to get ready for my show at 8 o'clock. So I'll see you all then. Everybody have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you to everybody who supported the live chat. Thank you to everybody who tapped in with us. I thought it was going to be a little bit more exciting than this today, and I apologize. It was definitely, this was not exciting at all. Well, I guess, the only saving grace is that it was half a day. Can you imagine if we had started at like normal time and they did all this all day? Oh, yay. That could have been crazy. So let's jump over here. Y'all go check out Gary, and then I'm going to drop the link again in the chat. I will see you all at 8 o'clock. Don't y'all stay over there at Jeremy's house too long. Get back over here when the street lights come on, everybody. I'll see y'all tonight. All right? Stay out of trouble. I'll see you real soon. Grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.